general reading. What this means is that not everything mentioned in this reading may be a direct match to your story. Take what genuinely applies and disregard the rest. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you would like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can of course book a reading on my website, which happens to be angelic-ascensions-tarot.com. Let's dive right in and let's see what's going on for the Libra nation for the next 7 days. Worried about something? You're worried about something that your spirit guides are saying that it's already taken care of. Seems like for some of you, it might be a financial issue. Who is around you around this period of time is definitely an earth sign. Taurus would be the most predominant energy in your predominant sign in your energy around this period of time. It could be a Taurus moon or rising if it's not their sun sign. You might be noticing a lot of birds around you. Libra. A lot of flowers too. It's springtime. Maybe you have allergies possibly. But yeah, let's look into this. Let's see what's going on for you. Libra, I want to call you Aries. Does somebody have like bad eyesight? Some of you could possibly be getting glasses, or you might be dealing with someone who wears glasses. This could be a description of someone who's coming in into your energy around this period of time. Libra. Libra, you're coming across to someone as defensive. Especially if this is you trying to communicate with someone. Someone might feel like you're trying to run away, you're trying to hide from something, and maybe quite frankly, maybe right now you're not really wanting to deal with your emotions. Maybe you do want to feel like, maybe you do feel like you want to run and hide and escape from something, especially if we're talking about a financial situation. And there could be some creditors contacting you this week. Maybe it seems like you're running late for some things. It could be an appointment. It could definitely be bills. Okay, because you might be telling some, maybe you're fending off some collectors. Seems like maybe there's something going on with your car, your vehicle. Maybe you might be putting some money in for some repairs to your vehicle. Maybe funds might be tight around this period of time. When it comes to communication and the people that are around you, maybe there's a couple people that maybe you're getting into it with. Maybe there might be some people, especially if these are kids, maybe you might feel like they're coming across as a bit sharp, maybe disrespectful. So you could definitely be checking somebody, Libra or cross-watcher. Definitely be something going on online. It could definitely be somebody coming for you online. It could definitely be somebody slandering your name. But this doesn't look like it's minor. It seems like somebody's on a spree with it, though, Libra, with something that somebody is saying about you. Like they're laying it on thick. It seems like this week you are worried about some things. As I mentioned to you, your spirit guides are telling you that there's no need to worry about whatever this is that's on your mind. But I think that you are concerned about maybe some progress that you're making with something. Maybe around this week. Kitty! Kitty! Okay. While you might be having issues with someone, it feels like you're also wanting to reconcile with someone. It might be the same person. This week you might be feeling a bit emotional. You might be feeling like you're kind of dependent upon other people. And that might be something that's a bit frustrating for you. What in the world? Definitely have some opposing forces that are working against you. Why are we starting the reading off like this? It's coming out this way. So I think these are things that you're worried about. You're worried about other people. Other like situations that you might feel that have gotten out of hand. And I do feel that there's somebody that you want respect from. You want somebody to listen to you, to respect you, or take your feelings or wishes into account, and you feel like somebody is not. There is a Scorpio that's in your energy. And there might be a Scorpio that feels like you're not paying them any sort of attention. You're not giving them the time of day. There's somebody that might feel like someone is taking advantage of you. So bottom line, it feels like you're having friction with someone. You may not agree with what they're doing and saying. Like I said, there's some sort of opposing energy here. It seems like this is something that you're concerned about this week. It feels like you're deciding something. You are making the decision about something, or someone else is making the decision. And it seems like you're going to be guided to the right decision. What is going on with your relationship? Somebody does not feel happy. And I say the predominant energy in your reading is the Taurus. There's an earth sign. There's an earth sign, in particular a Taurus, that you might be seeing this week. Especially if you haven't seen this Taurus or whatever. Maybe there's been some things that have been holding things up. Maybe you wanted to speak to a particular person, a Taurus, or whatever. Or maybe it's just circumstances. Maybe, quite frankly, you've been blocked. Or circumstances have blocked you from being able to communicate with a Taurus. So I feel like somebody is reaching out to you, Libra. Or cross-watcher, you Libra, you could be reaching out to someone, especially if this has something to do with a bill. Okay. You could be reaching out to a creditor. Or that could be money that could be owed to you, and this money could be coming to you. So you definitely have some communication coming in from someone that you haven't spoken to in a while. When it comes to your relationships, it definitely feels like you're trying to figure out where you fit into somebody's life. Possibly a Gemini. There's Gemini that's clearly in your energy. Sun, moon, or rising. So it seems like you're trying to figure things out with this person. It's definitely somebody feels trapped. Why would you feel trapped? It feels like it's because of a financial situation. Finances seem like they're a bit up in the air. Financial situations seem like you're not sure how to solve things right now. It seems like you're working, but maybe it seems like you might be living kind of paycheck to paycheck around this period of time, Libra. Definitely, it seems like you got some pettiness around you. So maybe you might feel like you and your partner are maybe arguing about petty things. It definitely feels like you're going back and forth with more than one person. Now, I will tell you this, Libra, it seems like there's some sort of spiritual battle going on. And maybe you're kind of, I mentioned to you, these are things that you're worried about possibly, or somebody else around you could be. Maybe you're kind of losing faith in a spiritual battle. Maybe you feel like there's something that you're wanting to conquer when it comes to a particular person. Because it seems like somebody has their eye on your finances. So Virgo. That's what I mean. Whatever this is that you're worried about, it seems like it has a way to work itself out, Libra. Some of you Librans might be worried about a legal situation that might be going on. So here, show me what's going on with the Libra Nation. Hey, Tim. Trusting tricksters. Okay. Singles, let's talk to you. Singles, it seems like let's lay out the full picture. Deciding on who, though. There's somebody that, okay, I think Libra, a cross-watcher, the decision is coming up. You're deciding something, or for some of you legally, there's something that you're waiting for a decision about. Maybe it's about whether or not you can move. Maybe you are trying to relocate. So it definitely feels like you've gotten your heart broken before because you trusted what you feel are the wrong people. Watching from Virginia. Hey, Autumn. just know that my name is not Angelica, it's Angela. But thank you so much for coming through tonight. Thank you for watching, from supporting from Virginia. Appreciate you, Miss Autumn Nicole. Let's see. You got an Aries that's in your energy. Aries. I see other things. I know we were talking about relationships, singles, but we're going to talk about something else for a minute. Because that's something else is coming up. Okay. Now I see it. I see what we're talking about, singles. I didn't mention to you that some of you, you're paying off some debt. This is what you're worried about, right? You're worried about something. Something's obviously on your mind. It's debt. It's some of you, maybe you feel like it's like you're looking for a full-time job, or something is affecting your ability to work. Some of you, it's due to a job loss that you're worried. And maybe it's been a while since you've maybe heard from a job or whatever. And maybe this is why things might be tense in your relationships. Speaking of relationships, and we're talking about trust and tricksters. Single, whether it's you singles or if this is you in a relationship with someone, Libra, somebody feels that it might be you. But of course, this could be you in the thick of this right now. You're going through something. Just know that somebody that's in your energy is not being real with you. They're not being honest. And you might be checking somebody. I mentioned to you this earlier. You might be calling somebody on their BS because it definitely feels that you're recognizing that somebody's not being honest. And if there's something that somebody has been doing, it's not an if, it is. Somebody has been doing something behind your back, you're going to be seeing something. Something that somebody did not want you to see. They deceived you about some things for quite some time. You're going to be seeing the truth about this. Some of you singles, this is you. You're dating somebody because it seems like you're really into somebody. Libra. I almost called you Leo. Perhaps it's a Leo. Maybe that's who you're. It looks like you are seeing someone. Or you're concerned that somebody is seeing someone behind your back. We talked about that. You're worried. You're worried that maybe you're not really seeing the true them. Something that you need to see, Libra or cross watcher, is going to be seen. Yeah. I definitely feel like you're looking for a relationship. I think that there's somebody that you used to date, but now you decide you've made a decision, right? Since we're talking about decisions and such, you decided to block somebody, or somebody is under the impression that you blocked them, because it looks like it's been a while since you talked to somebody. Didn't I say a Taurus? Taurus and Cancer come up. Maybe for some of you it's your mom, or for some of you it's your baby's mom. Maybe you haven't spoken to your dad possibly in a while. Your baby's father possibly. I see communication coming in. You're waiting for a court situation to be decided. Come on with it. And I say this is somebody, this might be a deadbeat partner, but I definitely feel like this is a deadbeat. Somebody that you feel that you're constantly having to pick up the slack for. And this is why Spirit guys are saying be careful. Libra cross watchers, singles, I was telling you. You might be dealing with somebody that might claim to be this stand-up person. Possibly they are. It seems like somebody doesn't really take care of their responsibilities, especially if we're talking about children. It could be somebody even hiding the fact that they even have kids. So this is your guide saying not to be paranoid, but to be mindful of what your intuition is telling you. Because it seems like there's somebody that sorry, my cats are just doing way too much. Yeah, you might be always free to withdraw it. The trickster's only power is your trust. You're always free to withdraw it. So I think that you could possibly be withdrawing, yes, your trust from somebody. That might be the decision that you're making to free yourself of something. Even though this might be somebody that you really truly love, Libra, with all of your heart. I think you know deep down inside what you need to see about something, about a person that you're connected with. Because it just seems like somebody's been slacking for a while. I said it could be a deadbeat partner. Oh, yeah. So somebody's coming back. So there has been tension between you and someone, and maybe you did decide to kind of back off from somebody's energy for a minute. It seems like somebody could possibly be coming back around to fix things with you. For some of you, this is a friend that maybe you dropped. Maybe you and a friend haven't seen eye to eye, or maybe just, quite frankly, life has just become, I don't know, kind of busy. And maybe you decided, maybe like communication between you and a friend is kind of falling off. It seems like things could possibly pick up again. I feel that there could be an upcoming move, Libra, that might be relevant for you or someone around you. I think that you got some good news coming in. I think the issue, though, Libra or cross watcher, is it has been delayed. And maybe you don't see that it's been delayed. You just kind of feel like something is not going to happen, or it's not going to happen in time. So this is what you're worried about. You guys are saying there's no need to worry. Whatever you need, as far as provisions are concerned, it seems like these things come in. And if it's work, it feels like there's an opportunity that might be coming through. It seems that there's someone that could possibly be speaking to you about an opportunity. Yeah. You're like, why does this come in right now? This is not the right time. Or you're feeling like something is just not going to show up at the right time, especially if we're talking about bills getting paid, like your house, your rent, your mortgage, this sort of thing. It seems like that's what you're concerned about. Like it's not going to come in time. It's Capricorn that's in your energy. Libra. So you could possibly be getting communication from a Capricorn that you haven't seen in a while. I mentioned to you a Scorpio, this air sign that's in your reading. That it could be an Aquarius. But trust and believe somebody's cover is blown, okay? You're able to see the truth. Now be careful about work situations this week. I kind of want to say like this, like somebody trying to get you fired. Someone is trying to expose someone. Libra. Spirit guys, show me what's going on with Libra at work. Maybe you work with somebody. You like somebody. You're attracted to somebody that you work with. Maybe you work with your partner. And that could be where the explosion is. That sort of thing. But yeah, definitely some new doors opening up for you. So if this is something that you're exploring, definitely worth it. Some of you are working part-time. There could be a demotion, Libra. Yeah, somebody is getting suspended from work. Could be a kid getting suspended from school. Because maybe you're trying to tell them something, you're trying to give them some advice. There's a kid that's unruly. Like I mentioned to you, there's a kid that's not listening. I was telling you about this earlier. You might feel that there's a kid that's being very disrespectful. And being kind of loud, kind of boisterous, you know? Or maybe you're trying to tell them something. They think they know everything. So there might be some frustration with a kid. And like I mentioned to you, you might be advising them to not do something at school or out of the house. And it seems like something that causes some sort of, like I said, issue with school. There could be like communication with a teacher, principal, sort of thing. But I feel like there could be a kid that could be suspended. So you might be reprimanding a child. Or someone could possibly be getting reprimanded or written up at work. if you have something going on with your driving record, you really want to make certain you get this taken care of. Libra. So, for example, somebody could possibly be driving on a suspended license, suspended tags. Can you get your tag suspended? It could be late, I guess. Anyway, there's something that you might need to pay. You want to pay it on time. I think that we talked about that. That's already been established. I think somebody is worried about their driving record for some reason. I think you're worried about a legal situation not panning out or not going in your favor. Like somebody is worried about going to prison, going to jail, sort of thing. If somebody is on probation or I want to say house arrest. It's like you're deliberately staying in the house a lot. Like you're choosing to do so. I think somebody might be on house arrest or why do I want to say parole? Parole, probation, sort of thing. Spirit guides, what am I looking at here? Somebody on, really going through something like this? What's going on? Yep. I think so. I think there's a legal situation. I do think somebody is on probation. I think somebody might have what I feel is a restraining order. It just seems like somebody's trying to run away from something. Okay, like they've got something that they need to handle, but they're running away from something. There's somebody leaving home. Like they don't want to deal with somebody's drama. Like somebody feels like they're just chaotic. But yeah, or somebody feels like they're trapped at home, sort of thing. Whatever this is that you need to handle, yes, I think time is of the essence. So you could possibly be contacting a creditor to get an extension. But I think that whatever you need to pay, you're going to get paid. You might be finding out about some things. I mentioned to you something about gossip and petty energy. This could be at work. Do your best not to get worried too much, right? About the people, the pettiness, the drama that's in the background. Though you see what's going on, or this is your spirit guide saying, yeah, be aware of your surroundings. They want you to see. They want them. Something might need a closer look. Like we talked about, relationships in your life. You might be trusting the wrong people. Or the reading can be reversed. Someone might feel this way about you. And maybe it's not about you looking into something. This might be someone else in the situation that might be seeing something that maybe someone else doesn't. This might be an adult in the situation that might see something very clearly that a child doesn't see, but they don't want to listen. It doesn't have to be a child. It could be a full-grown adult. I definitely feel like whatever somebody needs to see, some receipts come through. Somebody sees exactly what they need to see. Especially if somebody's doing something when they're out of town or they're on vacation. Seems like somebody could possibly be hooking up with somebody when they're not around you. There's definitely a Leo in your situation. Legally, did we talk about a legal situation? We did. I think there's something that you need to pay. Or if you're not paying something, this is your spirit guide saying pay attention. If this is you needing money, funds for something, we talked about it. It seems like you are going to be gathering together the funds that you need to get something taken care of. This could also be some sort of a gathering that could be coming up. You could possibly be meeting up with people that you haven't seen in a while. Libra. If there's something that you're working on and you're feeling discouraged about it, your guys are saying that's why they said don't stop. because this seems like you guys are saying continue going, continue to constantly work on something. This is something that's going to bear fruit. It seems like some of you are not sure. You're not sure what direction you're meant to go in when it comes to something. Maybe it's a move. Maybe you're not sure where to move next. Or if you're going to be able to move. Anyway, long story short, there's some pressure that's on you this week, Libra. You can handle this. You're going to be pulling from your inner strength. Things might be kind of confusing this week about your love life and your career. But you guys are saying be resilient when it comes to this. Keep going. Go with the flow. Whatever doesn't seem like, say there is a Leo. I would say that's the dominant energy. Taurus and Leo seem like they're the dominant energies in your reading. Legal situation. What am I trying to say? It seems like there might be like increased like police activity around you, Libra. So whatever this is with your driving privileges, spirit guides are saying pay attention, especially to what's going on the road. Maybe there's something that you need to see while you're driving. Okay, so you could possibly be blindsided by something, okay, on the road. This is what this feels like to me. Or if you need glasses, it seems like that might also be impairing your driving. Your ability to see, especially if you're driving at night, something might be impairing. What am I trying to say? The visibility of your vantage point, like maybe your windshield or whatever this happens to be. For sure, opportunities are coming up. Yep, some of you, it's time for a new car, Libra. But yeah, you definitely have some divine guidance coming in, and this Leo is overwhelming. Okay, your home life or your financial stability feels like it's in question. But we talked about that. Your spirit guides are saying there's no need to worry. Whatever needs to be supplied or given to you, especially during this period of time, it seems like something is going to work. You're worried about it, but in the conclusion of things, it seems like it works out for you. Or whatever you're blindsided by, whatever you don't see, it's ever in a blind spot for you. It seems like you're able to now see things clearly. Whatever this happens to be. It seems like you have some sort of blind spot. Like I said, maybe there's an issue with your vision. All right, Libras and cross watchers. This concludes your 7-day forecast with angelic ascensions. If you'd like to book a personal, the way to do so would be to head to my website, which happens to be angelicascensionstarot.com. Thank you, Libra Nation and cross watchers, for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Aries, this is a general reading, which means that not everything that's mentioned in this reading may be a fact to your particular story. Take in what does, disregard the rest. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can, of course, book a reading on my website, which happens to be angelicascensionstarot.com. Always going to go over delicate topics. Consider this a trigger warning, and let's get into it. Aries. Aries, random side note, you might be noticing a lot of yellow flowers, birds around you. There's a Leo in your energy. There's a Scorpio that's in your energy. There's a Cancerian that's in your energy. Goodness, you must be dealing with a Libra. Or you have a Libra that might be around you around this period of time. Because your spirit guys, I see some parallels. Okay, for you Aries that I saw with Libra, because it looks like you're kind of looking over your shoulder, like there's somebody that you're not sure if you should trust. It feels like there's some distrust that you might feel. I don't know if you just you just kind of feel that way about strangers. Maybe you feel, Aries or cross watcher, like you could be being stalked. I don't know. Go on. First card out, Six of Wands. Just like the last all signs, come on with it, Aries. It seems like you're experiencing some success. Something that you could be doing could be successful. Could be some things that maybe are on your mind that you're worried about, and it could actually turn out to be well. It could turn out to fare well for you. Because your spirit guides are saying they want you to have peace of mind about something. It seems like that's something that you're concerned about. Your peace of mind, your serenity. So whatever this is, your spirit guides are saying rest assured. There's going to be some success with something that you're concerned about. Something that's on your mind this week. What is it? Yeah. You got to be dealing with a Libra. You said you're going to be up all night. It's Adrienne Marie. Hey. Appreciate you. All right. Yeah. You might have to kind of reach out and ask for help. Aries. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Maybe this is you. Maybe there are people that are at your access that can help you. Maybe you just don't want to. You don't want to ask for help. You don't. You're looking for a sign that everything is going to be okay. Like we talked about, you want peace of mind. This is what you're concerned about. You're looking for a sign. You're like, spirit guides, are you there? They're like, yes, we've heard you. We've heard your request to the universe. We've got you. You're concerned that a situation is not going to go well, or that there's not going to be improvements to your situation. It seems like improvements might be around the corner. You got as well a Leo. This in your energy. Yep. Just got finished saying Libra. There's definitely a Libra in your energy. I'm going to go ahead and change decks. Just to make sure that I shuffled enough. You got some good news coming in. Whatever this is professionally, let's talk about this first since we've got the Six of Wands coming out. You might be worried that maybe something that you want to venture out and do is not going to work out. This week, your spirit guides are encouraging you to take action on something that you feel led to do, Aries. It seems like something is going to yield some positive results. Something's going to bring in some finances for you. You're going to receive some funds. There could be some funds coming into your account. Aries or cross watcher that maybe you were not expecting. Who is in your energy this week is a fire sign. This could definitely be your own, whether you are male, female, or you resonate somewhere in between. That would be your energy. This could also be another fire sign that could be in your energy. Aquarius is here. You got family. Aries that I think you could possibly be reuniting with. Especially if you don't speak to someone frequently, or you're deliberately not speaking to someone, or I think maybe it's just hard to speak to somebody. No. It just seems like either you don't want to speak to somebody, or somebody is adamant that they don't want to speak to you. It could be more than one person, Aries. It seems like you're going back and forth with someone and you're feeling a bit frustrated, or this is just your history with someone. I feel like you're thinking about somebody. I think if anything, if there's something that you want to improve, it feels like it's your ability to communicate effectively with somebody. It just seems like that's difficult. Somebody feels drowned out. They feel like somebody is not listening to what they have to say. And I think that there's somebody that wants more attention from you, Aries or cross watcher, and they might be feeling a bit jealous that they don't get this attention from you. And like I said, maybe deliberately you're not giving this person the time of day and they're affected by it. There's a Virgo that's in your energy and somebody's triggered by that. Triggered by something. And I think that somebody is looking at themselves like they're flawed because of something that happened. I think somebody might have a drinking problem, like a drinking issue, Aries or cross watcher. And somebody could really possibly be saying some very disparaging, hurtful words when they're upset, especially when liquor and emotions are involved. So you could possibly having a back and forth with your mom. Yep. Spirit guides are saying, yes, there's an issue here with conflict. This is your mom, your baby's mom, you and a family member, a friend. Somebody wants to settle this. They don't want they don't want this conflict to exist between the two of you. You and this Taurus individual. Which could be you. You could have Taurus in your chart. It seems like there's a father figure here. There might be a father figure that wants to heal a situation. But it seems like, okay, so this is parent and child. This is a parent feeling that maybe your child's other parent interferes with your relationship, your bond with your kids. That they've been a hindrance in some sort of way. This might be someone that wants to speak to their kids, but they don't want to have to fight with their child's other parent. I think that you could be dealing with someone who is behind bars, possibly Aries or cross-watcher, or someone might have a history with incarceration. It just seems like somebody's not ready to change. And although you might really love someone, it just seems like you might be backing off from someone and you're choosing your own happiness. And maybe you're deciding to no longer be controlled by someone. Or for some of you, this is a kid. You might feel like there's a child that's being rebellious. You might have something that you want to say to a child, and you might feel like they're not really heeding your advice. Especially if this is an adult child or someone who is like in their older teenage years, nearing adulthood. They might feel like they don't need your approval, or whatever the case. So there might be a little bit of conflict there. Some of you are deciding to go your separate ways from your partner. Maybe you're worried about a child being able to make the adjustment. And I think that they will. It just seems like it might be a slow adjustment. I definitely see issues here between parent and children, family relationships. So this serenity and peace of mind, this might be about a decision. Maybe you're trying to make a decision for maybe some people that are involved. But like I said, it seems like you're trying to improve a situation and you're feeling like it's just kind of like not going to happen. Especially if we're talking about, as I mentioned to you before, communication. So I think maybe right now, this week, you might possibly be backing off from someone. Maybe you decided to separate yourself from someone. Maybe it's permanent. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just for the time being while you kind of figure some things out. Because it seems like you got some obstacles when you're dealing with someone around this period of time. I think you're coming out of this, though. I think something about your situation is going to change. Even, like I said, even if you are going your separate ways or you already did. And like I said, you're trying to figure out a co-parenting situation or whatever. Even if it's not a co-parenting situation, whatever the case is. Libra, Aries or cross-watcher. Between you and the Scorpio. I don't think you're resolving it this week. I don't think you're coming to a conclusion about everything that's been an issue. But I do feel like you might talk about things. Some of you are getting communication from an earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. Or you are the Aries Taurus. And there's communication coming into you possibly from an air sign, an Aquarius, Libra, or Gemini. There's communication coming in for some of you about a job. This could definitely be a job interview. Some of you could possibly be getting communication about a full-time position. Because some of you, the frustration has something to do about not working, not having the independence that you want, or a child feeling like they don't have the independence that they want. You might be feeling discouraged this week, Aries or cross-watcher. You might be going through it. Aura cleansing and health, energy field adjustment. So you might want to adjust your energy. You might want to protect your aura. It does seem like there's some negativity that might be hovering around. It could be in the form of other people, other people's opinions about how you're living your life or what you're doing. But it feels like it could be your own voice, your own insecurities. It seems like some of you might feel a bit lost this week, like you're not sure about your purpose. You might be someone who's prone to compare yourself to other people. But I think you're coming out of that. Or I think that you might see that that's an issue. And there might be something that you might be doing about it. Somebody in your energy, Aries or cross watcher, could be very manipulative. Someone could be going out of their way to try to exert power over you. And somebody could possibly be going for the jugular and coming after your self-esteem to make themselves feel important. And Aries, there could be somebody that the reading can also be reversed. So there could be somebody that feels that maybe you're doing this. Careful about limiting yourself because of your own fears. And be mindful of the energy of other people. Since we're talking about negative energy around you and cleansing your aura, this has something to do with envy. Since we're talking about comparisons to other people, there could be somebody that envies you, or you could possibly be envying someone else. I don't know. And this could be what the gossip is about, but I definitely feel like there's an argument, or there's someone that you feel is being disrespectful. Somebody doesn't like your tone, and maybe they're not saying it, or you don't like theirs, and vice versa. So rather than addressing the issue, they're going to start an argument. And it seems like somebody is coming across, you might feel that they're coming across as a bit pompous, a bit arrogant. And I think that somebody might know that they're in the wrong, because I mentioned to you, somebody is looking at themselves as though they're flawed. They might know that they're in the wrong, but it seems like somebody struggles to apologize. And I think that somebody this week could be acting kind of challenging, maybe a bit competitive. So just heads up. And this might be causing you to feel pissed off and angry. Communication could be tense between you and someone this week. So whatever this is with your money situation, I think there's a solution to this. It seems like there's some money that's coming in. There could be somebody that owes you money. Aries or cross-watcher, they could possibly be paying you back. If there's something that you need to get paid, it seems like you're going to be able to pay something on time. Since we talked about that at the beginning, something is going to turn out to be successful. Something ends up giving you serenity or peace of mind, or something that you came off the previous week with having worries about. It seems like this week it has a way of working itself out, unless we're talking about communication. It seems like that could be a bit tricky, but it also has something to do with free will. Because it seems like there's somebody that knows that they should apologize, but they're holding back. And I think that this is somebody that might be coming back around you, or have a desire to come back around you. No, it actually seems like they might be approaching you. If they're not approaching you this week, are they approaching you this week, Aries? Spirit guides, is someone approaching Aries this week? I'm going to say maybe not, but maybe in the near future. There could be, for some of you, someone could be approaching, or for some of you, it's up to you. You might be the one to approach somebody to kind of switch the situation around and improve the situation. It seems like some of you are looking for an improvement to a situation, but it seems like some sort of action may need to be taken by you or for someone else. But we talked about communication being a bit impaired, a bit confusing. Somebody might be impaired. We're talking about, like, what am I trying to say? Like, somebody drinks a lot. Definitely pick up on somebody having some sort of heavy drinking situation. Even if this is not like them, maybe it's just something that they might be kind of new, that they might be picking up on. I don't know. I definitely feel like there's something connected to that. Earth signs. We talked about Taurus. Did I mention Virgo? And we're also introducing Capricorn into the reading. You might be deciding that you need some time to yourself. And maybe people may not understand that maybe that's what's really going on. You might feel like you want to go on a vacation, or you feel like you need to kind of change the scenery around you. Yeah, I think you might be annoyed with your romantic partner this week. It doesn't mean that it's always the case, but it just seems like something might be irking you about them. And it seems like you might feel that they're up to something, or that there's something that they're not telling you. And it's because it is the truth. They're not. So if they're not communicating clearly, it could be that somebody is assuming that you kind of like can read their mind, or they think that they're communicating clearly, but they're really not. So again, communication this week might be a little bit tricky. This Aquarius is definitely somebody that's around you, unless you just don't like this Aquarius in particular. Who else is around you? Capricorn, we talked about it. Yeah, so you got some judgmental people around you, Aries, across spectrum. You might feel like somebody is scrutinizing you. So that's the envy. The envy has something to do with something that's... somebody might feel that you look better. Excuse me. Somebody might feel that you look better than them. Or that there's something that you're able to... that you have some sort of advantage over them. Somebody doesn't want you to speak. Somebody doesn't like, Aries, the way that you communicate. I mean, this is why you're looking. They don't like the way that you communicate, or they don't like the fact that you're so vocal. It seems like somebody is trying to shut you down, is what this feels like. I don't know why it's being brought up, but maybe, yeah, maybe there is something going on. Maybe you might be noticing. You might be kind of gravitating to a lot of junk food this week. Kind of like overindulging in maybe fast food or that sort of thing. Anyway, yes, that's where the envy. Okay, we're talking about that. Somebody might envy the way that you communicate, the way that you carry yourself. Someone sees that maybe you have some not mention comparisons to other people. Somebody might feel like you have like an unfair advantage, or whatever the case is. I don't know. But long story short, somebody has an issue with you. It's not a you thing, it's a them thing. Especially if we're talking about jealousy and envy and such. But this could be why someone is going out of their way to be kind of difficult with you. But really and truthfully, it seems like there's somebody in your energy that just enjoys like pissing a lot of people off. They get a kick out of it. And this could definitely be somebody at the workplace as soon as I say it. Yes. So they might continue to be this. Somebody is pestering you, getting on your nerves. So the name Belle could be relevant. Definitely feels like you're someone who is very in tune with your ancestors. We're talking about Aries, yes. You could definitely be communicating with your ancestors, but there's no doubt someone who's coming in to communicate with you. The trolls definitely feels like they exist in the situation in the background. So still an ongoing issue. Something must be going on with your eyesight. Maybe taking out the trash. This seems like maybe, I don't know, trash is kind of piling up. I don't know, maybe trash day or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, you might be eating out a lot. And I definitely feel, okay, so if we're talking about you having, being distrustful of someone, it seems like somebody is snooping in somebody's things. Like they don't trust what somebody is saying. Like you feel like what somebody is communicating with you is completely bogus. Because there's obviously an issue with communication. Even someone could possibly be nonverbal or this sort of thing. But it seems like somebody is going and deleting things so that you don't see them. So you could possibly be losing your phone, and maybe there's some information that could possibly be deleted. You could be doing a factory reset possibly on your device. But honestly, it seems like somebody is trying to like wipe out their browsing history or whatever, or the people that they've been talking to, deleting messages so that you don't see. Okay? Clearly, there is deception going on in your situation. So this is what your spirit guides might be trying to convey to you. Somebody might be telling you, communicating to you one thing, telling you, hey, it stopped, I'm not doing that anymore. But really, the situation persists. There might be somebody ratting somebody out. Somebody might notice something and might be saying something about it. Spirit guides, is there anything else that's relevant for the zodiac sign of the Aries? Air sign is constantly in your energy, or this is who you're thinking about, an air sign. You might be someone that might be getting in contact with an air sign. Where is the moon phase? Are we in the moon is waxing. We're at the end of the month. Something's getting ready to happen for you. Okay, at the end of this month is what I'm feeling. Some of you Aries, you have a legal situation. I mentioned to you, did I say this in your reading, or was it Libra? No, I think I did say it. I'll say it now if I wasn't clear about it. Somebody could possibly be incarcerated, or they're concerned about a legal situation, especially a Virgo. Random. You might be noticing a lot of birds around you. Is there anything here, spirit guides, that you have about a legal situation for those who, once again, serenity, peace of mind. Whatever this is with a legal situation, it seems like something is going to work out for you. So it seems like your guys are saying, let go. Whatever was a problem, whatever is an issue, it definitely feels like we talked about that in the beginning. Something that's completely out of your hands, especially if we're talking about communication. But really, that aside, it seems like this is other things. This is like worldly things such as money, finances, and how you're going to get things paid. It seems like something actually, like I mentioned to you, does work out for you. Your guys want you to be honest with yourself about what you really want. And whether or not it's time to kind of break free from something in your life, whatever this happens to be, if it's a relationship, it's a job, or whatever. Seems like you might be having some travel plans, or you could possibly, maybe you could be picking somebody up from the airport. Spirit guys, what is the advice? It's interesting. I said airport. I guess so. Airport, train station, whatever mode of transportation somebody is taking. Spirit guys, what is the advice for the Aries nation for the next 7 days? I did not mention to you, there's a Pisces that's in your energy. You could possibly be on the cusp. You could be the Aries Pisces. Like you're out of March Aries. A mother's love. A mother's love is reaching out to you at this time and holding you close. She knows how much you miss her and wants to remind you that this special bond of love can never be broken. Some of you are maybe not as close to your mother. Maybe your mother has passed on and your mother is just somebody who is heavily on your mind. It does not have to be your biological mother. This could be somebody that raised you that is like a mother. It could be an elder sibling. Whatever the case is, it seems like there's a nurturing energy that is around you. Maybe this is a reminder to maybe call your mom. And maybe it's not a mother, but it could definitely be a family member. Maybe this is a reminder to check on your family. Check on those that you love. Time is precious. With that, Aries Nation, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. If you'd like to book a personal with me, you can head over to my website, which happens to be angelicascensionstarot.com. Have a blessed one, Aries Nation. I'll see y'all in the Aquarius Nation, this is a general reading, which means that not everything that's mentioned in this reading may be an exact fit, may not be the exact story. Taking what resonates and disregard the rest. Understand that sometimes the things that are mentioned in the reading may not make sense because they haven't had a chance to occur yet. So always listen to the reading with an open mind. And let's dive in. See what might be going on for the Aquarius Nation for the next 7 days. So Virgo is in your energy right off the bat. Whether or not this Virgo is amongst the living or this is someone who has passed on. Some of you could be getting communication from someone who is elderly. Possibly some of you care for the elderly. You could possibly work in healthcare. You could possibly be speaking to someone who is in the military, ex-military veteran. We just had Memorial Day. So possibly Memorial Day weekend could have been very relevant for you, especially if you had someone that served in the military that might just be kind of on your mind. Let's see. Aquarius. Your mind might be getting the best of you this week. It just seems like there's something that you're thinking about. You're so convinced that maybe something is going to happen. And it's not. So this is your guys talking to you about being mindful of stories in your mind that you might be inventing and kind of letting these stories kind of get out of hand. Whatever this is that you're worried about. Or whatever it is that maybe you're worried that people are worried about, connected to you. Like you might feel that you might come to recognize that maybe you might feel like you care like a tad bit too much about what other people think about you. You feel kind of judged. You feel kind of scrutinized. There's a Sagittarius is in your energy. Spirit guys are saying don't seek everybody else's approval. You don't need anyone's approval. Aquarius. This is so odd. I'm saying this to Aquarius. But yeah, I don't think you're Aquarius, the rebellious one. Stereotypically anyway. Nothing is absolute. No, not everyone is the same. Stereotypically Aquariuses are rebellious. It's just rare, I don't know, for Aquarius, here you are, to care too much about what other people think. And so maybe this is somebody, let's see what this is. You, Aquarius, in your reading, male, female, or you resonate somewhere in between. You are the Queen of Swords in your reading. You might have Earth in your chart. You could definitely be having a conversation with yourself. You could be having a conversation with your higher self, possibly. There's a fire sign that just entered your reading. You got to break up with someone, it looks like. You have intention with someone, possibly. What's going on with Aquarius spirit guides? Yes. So we're going back to this. I was telling you that during the week or wherever this happens to be, it doesn't even have to be this week that it's happening. Even though I'm labeling it the next 7 days, it's relevant whenever you see it. It's relevant whenever it happens, because not everything happens at the exact same time for everyone. But it looks like you're under a lot of stress, or you just have a lot of intense emotion this week. And maybe you don't. It could be somebody that's around you. Just know the order that I'm going in isn't on the screen. It's not. Maybe you are concerned that maybe somebody might be taking up a lot of your energy, a lot of your time, especially if we're talking about a relationship. There's an earth sign. I mentioned to you, Virgo comes out heavily. What is going on? It seems like you're overcommitting yourself to something, like at the expense of like your own health. or your own well-being. Aries comes out heavily. Aries, Taurus. Somebody could possibly be an Aries, Taurus, or you have Aries, Taurus in your chart. Like somebody could be on the cusp of Aries, Taurus. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's your sun sign. Maybe you have Aquarius elsewhere. Leo. Leo has joined your reading. I did mention a fire sign, so let's go. Let's see what's going on. Scorpio. This could definitely be a Scorpio, Pisces, or a Cancer, but Scorpio comes out. That's like the highlighted water sign. It just seems like you're taking a break. You're taking a step back from a relationship that's been pretty intense. Maybe you got into it with somebody, whether it's this week or it's in the past that you've gotten into it with someone. You might have just a very just challenging relationship with them. Taurus. And here you are, Aquarius. Maybe for some of you, it's like a difficult back and forth relationship with a parent, which you could possibly be reconciling with. Be reconciling with your child's other parent, possibly. It just seems like somebody doesn't know how to maybe get back on better terms with you. Possibly this Leo. And here's this earth sign, once again, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. This could be a Virgo, Leo cusp. There's a Pisces. Could be Pisces, Aquarius cusp, possibly. But yeah, point being is there is communication. There's someone who wants to communicate with you. Someone who could possibly be coming to you to get advice. So like I mentioned to you before, if this is not you just kind of really perplexed about what might happen, this might be someone that's coming to talk to you because of their situation. Somebody that might be trying to figure out things in their life. And you could possibly be the voice of reason to someone. You could be giving them advice. Because it seems like something is just heavily on someone's mind. It seems like what somebody is thinking about. They're wondering if a relationship is really for them. Is this really the right relationship for me? It just seems like you're questioning that. Especially if something has ended. This could have been somebody that moved on to somebody else. And they could be questioning their decisions. If somebody left, it looks like somebody is like backtracking. They're wondering if maybe they didn't give a situation enough of a chance, a fair chance. So I think that there's somebody that's heavily thinking about you around this period of time, and somebody that might eventually come your way to tell you that this is how they're feeling, and to tell you the things that are on their mind. When we're talking about communication this week, something might be a bit of a guessing game. Maybe it's because you don't talk to someone where you're not sure what's on their mind. Or maybe somebody's not really conveying what's really on their mind. They're not telling you what they're thinking about. But I think that somebody is wondering. And I think somebody wants to talk it out with you. Somebody's not sure if they can get a vulnerable moment with you, especially after something that may have happened. It seems like somebody could possibly be struggling with their mental health. Aquarius. So you could possibly be noticing some warning signs. Like I said, it might be a guessing game. It's like somebody might not even be telling you what they're really going through. But you might sense it, and you might decide that you want to talk to someone. Okay? So it looks like there's somebody in your energy that's just really going through it. Might be having a really hard time. But that could definitely be you, because you might have something on your mind that you're really worried about. Your guides are saying whatever the case may be, there's a solution to every problem. So this week, I definitely feel like you're going to find a solution. Somebody in your energy is, I want to say, you might look at someone as though you might feel that they have an addiction, like a drinking problem. And maybe they don't think they do. And it seems like somebody might drink a lot to cover up their feelings. Somebody might be dealing with a painful situation is what this is. I don't know. I just feel like you are the sounding board to someone, and you're helping them to kind of deal with whatever this is. Unless, like I said, this is you like running away from painful emotions, maybe not wanting to deal with the deeper things. This week, you might have a good cry, Aquarius or cross watcher, or you are the shoulder for someone to cry on. Now let's look into some other things that might be going on. Let's see if we're going to change topics or see if the cards want to talk some more about this. Did somebody pass away? I think somebody did. Come on, that's crazy. You are somebody's shoulder to cry on. Maybe this is somebody, they missed this about you. They're going through something. They can't figure out a solution. You are their shoulder to cry on. I do see an ancestor in your reading. I think that somebody did pass. For some of you, that's the person that was your shoulder to cry on. It seems like some heavy stuff is going on. Some of you, your kids might be going through something. Somebody you don't communicate with frequently. Definitely feels like you're seeing a lot of birds around you. Random side note, if we're talking about a relationship, I think somebody wants out. But yeah, I think you might be concerned about somebody's well-being. I think you could possibly be dealing with some insecurities. This is a fire sign that's in your energy. Be mindful about rushing places, okay? Because it seems like you're in a hurry or you might be late. Maybe you just drive fast. You feel like you could be maybe moving faster than you should, whatever the case is. Be mindful of things on the road, okay? You're driving, there could be somebody veering into traffic, veering into your lane or this sort of thing. It just seems like somebody's not paying attention. So you definitely want to be aware of your surroundings, Aquarius or cross watcher. Somebody around you could be driving erratically. But this could be you maybe moving a bit hastily. If we're talking about a relationship, it seems like somebody could possibly be moving a bit hastily. Maybe getting into a relationship. Or this is somebody that might be, I don't know, for somebody this might be an ex. Maybe somebody did move on rather quickly. And maybe you came to notice that. And it just seems like the flaws are starting to crack. The cracks are starting to show in a relationship. Seems like there could be some drama. There could be drama between you and someone, as I mentioned. You could be their shoulder to cry on, but I definitely feel like this could be something that could be going on at work. Spirit guys, what's going on with Aquarius at work? Your keys could definitely be relevant. Especially the keys to your home or your car. Seems like you're concerned about what's going on at home. There could be people around your home that could be very curious about you. And you could possibly be questioning the intentions of people that might be around your home or around those that you love, your household, and this sort of thing. When we're talking about relationships, it feels like there's a lot of confusion. It seems like in general, you might feel like you lack direction. You're confused about some things in your life. But it definitely feels like okay, so since we're talking about a solution to every problem, whatever this happens to be that you might be confused about, or you might be wrapped up in the middle of someone else's confusion. Whatever the case is, it seems like this is, Spirit is kind of resembling this, saying that this resembles like a game of chess. So you're going to figure out how to like maneuver your situation or kind of find a strategic way of resolving whatever this happens to be. But if you're questioning someone's intention, it seems like it should be questioned. You're questioning whether or not someone is coming to you on some real stuff, or are they coming to cause problems? Because it seems like you're not sure. Because it definitely feels like there is someone that is approaching you or wants to come to you to talk. Maybe in a comfortable, relaxed environment, such as your home. This could definitely be an unexpected situation. Somebody could be kind of popping up. Aquarius or cross watcher. Let's talk about, we were talking about work, right? I was talking to you about that already. I think we've already kind of broached the topic a bit. There might be some drama going on at work. Seems like you could be working around in a very like competitive work situation. You work around some catty, petty people. Somebody definitely is going out of their way to try to get a reaction out of you, Aquarius. Of course, the reading can be reversed. This could be you. You could be doing this. There's some very rude, opinionated people that you might work around. Yeah, somebody is going out of their way, Aquarius or cross watcher, to push your buttons and try to piss you off and say some things that are very offensive. I'm not telling you how to react, but just based on observation, as usual, this is something that is ongoing. It doesn't really seem to change in your reading, so I don't think it's worth your time to give someone a reaction, but they're definitely looking for it and going out of their way to do so. So you might be overloaded this week. Okay, it seems like there's a lot on your plate, a lot that you're concerned about, a lot that maybe some things that you're some obligations or some things that you committed to doing, or you kind of have to do. Seems like you might be feeling a bit overwhelmed, burnout, and so it seems like maybe for a minute that has been the case. Seems like your energy, your zest for something is coming back. Your energy is starting to pick up again. Some of you, since I was talking to you about driving and such, especially if we're talking about someone driving impaired, someone could possibly have a DUI. What's going on with your back? Especially your lower back. Was I trying to say something might be going on with your driving situation? I mentioned to you somebody might have a DUI. Somebody might have like a pending court date or something that was left unresolved. Maybe you're worried about it. If it's not a court situation, it could definitely be like we're talking about taxes or something such as this. Seems like something is on your mind. You're worried about it. But I think somebody is worried about, like I said, a legal situation. I see it was talking to you about somebody trying to push your button. Somebody's looking for a reaction. And maybe sometimes it's not at work. It could definitely be at home. And for some of you, this is not your story. It's not. You're in a third-party situation. And it could be their story. They could be the couple. They could be going through it. And this could be somebody trying to leave that situation and try to come and work something out with you. So if somebody moved on to be with somebody else, it doesn't seem like things are working out for them. Now, you're not bickering with someone, maybe your kids are. Okay, it just seems like there's some sort of back and forth in your life. And it seems like somebody wants to be on better terms with you. Some of you could possibly be going to get marriage counseling. And maybe you could possibly be getting back in the gym. What's going on at work for Aquarius, Spirit guide? Is there anything that Aquarius might need to know with regard to their work? Something might be like, am I trying to say, like getting in the way of your ability to focus? But as I mentioned to you, it seems like you're getting back two things. Maybe you feel like somebody is bossy. Somebody's like a drill sergeant. Or this could be how a child is viewing an adult in their life. Spirit guides, is there anything that Aquarius may need to know for the month of, we're talking about the next 7 days. Okay, maybe there's something you need to know for the month of May in its entirety. What I will tell you is it definitely feels like there's some enlightenment that's coming in for you. So you might be noticing that your gifts are a bit sharper. It seems like your spirit guides want you to take small steps. You could possibly be visiting the ocean. Your guides are talking to you about washing away fears of separation from you and your creator, fears of scarcity. Definitely feels like your guides are calling you to the ocean to do a spiritual cleanse. Could definitely be smudging. It seems like there's just it's time for like a rebirth, like a redo. But you definitely want to cleanse the energy around you. It seems like there's some negativity kind of hovering. Seems like your spirit guides really want you to let yourself shine, let your heart shine. Let your heart. Is there something going on with your heart? It's definitely a Leo that's in your energy. Okay. So it seems like you're ending some cycles. You're putting an end to manipulation that's going on around you, whether this is someone trying to manipulate you or this is energy manipulation. Like I mentioned, I didn't mention to you, if I'm speaking cryptically, what I'm really trying to say is I feel like somebody is doing some sort of magic on you in your situation. That's what I mean by negativity hovering. It doesn't feel like it's as strong as it usually is. It feels like this is something that's kind of lighter around you. But it seems like there's some residual energy, negativity, and it seems like this energy is trying to come back in. So this is spirit telling you to clear this out. Like somebody has an issue with you spiritually or for some sort of spiritual progress that you're making. Some people might view you as spiritually powerful, or it could definitely be the other way around. It seems like a mother figure is very relevant. So you could possibly be calling a mother. Seems like somebody could possibly be spreading lies about you, or you could definitely be seeing through somebody's lies around this period of time. And this whole thing, like I said, about trolling or somebody desperate for a reaction. That's what I was telling you. It's not really worth it. It seems like somebody is trying to like they want you to play into their trap. Is what this is. Spirit guides, what is the advice for the... I want to call you a Leo, but I know I'm not reading for Leo. Well aware that I'm not. I know I'm reading for Aquarius, but there's a Leo that's in your energy. Your opposite energy is usually hovering over. Before we go to the advice, some of you are business owners. I see success with a business. Even though someone might be trying to go out of their way to maybe destroy something that you're working on or destroy your reputation or whatever the case. It seems like you're able to, we talked about it, find a solution to whatever the issue is at hand. It seems like you're calling out to your spirit guides. You're asking them for help, and it seems like they definitely show up. But just know there are obsessed people around you. That's the negativity. These are haters. They want you to be angry for whatever reason. I don't know. But it seems like some people might view you as competition, Aquarius, or cross-watcher. And it seems like somebody's trying to cause problems for this reason. Don't get stuck in your head about it, though. But this could have be that somebody might be stuck in their head about maybe something that they should have said or done. So if this is not a person that's obsessed about a situation or about you, you could be obsessed about a topic or some sort of back and forth that you're having with someone. Somebody could be concerned about maybe something that they should have said or should have done in a situation. It seems like whatever this is that you're obsessed about, your spirit guides are encouraging you to take your power back and stay on target. Because as I mentioned to you, it might be kind of difficult for you to focus because you're so fixated on whatever. Random side note, there might be a gamer, somebody that's constantly on the game that might be around you, and this could definitely be a distraction. Whatever the case is, it seems like your spirit guides are encouraging you to keep going. And whatever you're worried about or obsessed about, or somebody else might be, they're telling you to keep going. There's definitely a Cancerian and a Taurus, a May Taurus that's around you, because I'm seeing emeralds. A lot of color green here. That's emeralds, yep, is May Taurus. Diamond, I feel, is April Taurus. It's definitely the, somebody around you is moving. Could be thinking about moving. You're worried about moving. Somebody is, or maybe you're waiting for somebody to move out. Somebody might be waiting to gather the funds to be able to move. Be careful about overthinking, Aquarius. It seems like you're very prone to that. Whatever decision you need to be made, whatever decision needs to be made, it feels like you're going to make the right decision. But be careful about your imagination kind of running away with you. Seems like you have a blessing that's coming in. For some of you, that could be, and somebody could be expecting a child. And that could be the blessing. I think that there's somebody coming in to give some really good advice about something, Aquarius or cross watcher. As I mentioned to you before, you could be that person. You could be that advice giver. Anything else, Holy Spirit, for the Aquarius nation for the next 7 days? Get your health checked, Aquarius or cross watcher, or somebody around you might need to. Unless you work in healthcare, that could definitely be a possibility. Yeah. Because it just seems like somebody is not themselves, or something is going on with somebody's health. Maybe this is something that you're thinking about, but it definitely feels like your spirit guides are saying, don't just think about it. Prioritize whatever this happens to be with your health this week, Aquarius or cross watcher. Might be a lot going on with your dreams. You might be catching up with your dreams. Catching up with some sleep. It seems like you could possibly be sleep deprived. All right, Holy Spirit, what is the advice for the Aqua Nation for the next 7 days? Hello from heaven. Your loved ones in the spirit world want to connect with you as much as you want to connect with them. They know you've been thinking of them, and they're sending you signs and symbols to show you how much they love you, to prove that they're with you at this time. So you do. It seems like you have a passed on loved one. And it seems like they're going out of their way to tell you that they love you and that they care for you. Aquarius. So you could definitely be getting communication from someone that you love, possibly. Some of you are caregivers. Maybe you work in hospice. You work in healthcare. We are with you. And Spirit has its own way of recognizing the care and love you provide to others, especially at the end of their lives. Yeah. Somebody might be transitioning. Aquarius. Maybe somebody might be receiving news about somebody's house. The way you provide to others, especially at the end of their lives, just as you received care and the love at the start of your life, caregivers often focus all their attention on their loved ones and often neglect their own concern and well-being in the process. We talked about that at the top of the reading, if I'm not mistaken, that you might be overextending yourself. You're obligated. There's some sort of obligation. Either you're literally obligated to do something, like you've committed to doing something, like a job or something, or this is just you. overextending yourself, overexerting yourself, and feeling burnt out. This is your spirit guide saying go at a realistic pace, Aquarius, with whatever this happens to be. Trust yourself to make the right decisions this week, especially this week, Aquarius. With that, have a blessed, beautiful, and productive week, Aquarius Nation. I'll see y'all in the next one. If you'd like to book a personal with me, the way to do so would be to go to my website, angelicaascensionstarot.com. All right, Aquarius Nation, I'll see y'all in the next one. Next zodiac sign is Cancer. And this is a general reading. This means that not everything that is mentioned in this reading may apply directly to you. Take what resonates, disregard the rest. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you would like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can, of course, book on my website, angelicaascensionstarot.com. We're always going to go over delicate topics. Cancer Nation, consider that a trigger warning, and let's dive in. Spirit guides, what is relevant for the zodiac sign of Cancer for the next 7 days? You are an empath. There is no doubt about that, Cancer. Or you could be dealing with someone who is, and here is your energy. You could be taking on the stress of other people. Because it seems like you're stressed out about something. And maybe this week it might not be a bad idea to instead observe a situation from a distance. Maybe you're a bit too close to something. Possibly. You might be kind of pulling back your energy because it seems like you're kind of depleted. Or you could kind of like, like I said, be burnt out before you kind of complete a task or whatever this happens to be. Spirit guides, what's going on? Especially if we're talking about children. It seems like children might be a central focus for you, possibly. Some of you don't have children. Some of you do, obviously. Some of you maybe you teach. Or you could definitely be concerned about what's going on with a child in school. Seems like you could be concerned about a business. Some of you are business owners. Maybe there's somebody that you wish would mind their business. It seems like you have some nosy individuals that are in your energy. Be mindful of the fact, Cancer or cross watcher, that you are protected. Your spirit guides are going out of their way to protect and support you with whatever this happens to be. Definitely calling attention to your health. Because it seems like your spirit guides want you to get honest about what might be going on with your health or the health of somebody around you. So you could definitely be detoxifying your body. You could possibly deciding to maybe refrain from eating certain things, putting certain things in your body that your body is just very sensitive to at this time. You might be noticing that your body may have been okay with certain things, and around this time, like I mentioned to you, your body just might be very sensitive to some things that you're putting into it. It seems like your stomach is kind of sensitive. Unless maybe you just have a queasy stomach, or maybe this is how you this is where your stress kind of lies, is in your stomach area. When you're stressed out, you might have a stomach ache. There's something that your guides are calling stressful in your life, and they're encouraging you to leave this behind. It could be a job. It could be something about the job. But for the majority of you, I think it's a relationship. Maybe this is what you're calling on your guides about. It's helping you to solve something about a relationship. Now, this does not have to be a romantic relationship. It could be a platonic one. What's going on with relationships with Cancer Nation? It seems like you definitely have the gift of channeling, complete and move on. So it seems like there's something that you are completing. Maybe it is time to move on. That could be something that you could be considering. What are you moving on from, Cancer? Some drama. Especially if this is like an ongoing thing. So that it just seems never ending. So you could be moving on from a, yes, you're definitely closing a chapter. You're cutting somebody off. You are the queen. Yeah, Queen of Swords is in your reading. This is Cancer. You might be on the Cancer Gemini cusp, possibly. Somebody is thinking about you. You are on somebody's mind. Somebody is really struggling through something around this period of time. Cancer or cross-watcher. Like, I definitely feel like somebody could be going through some health struggles, especially if we're talking about, should I go into detail about health? I'm not trying to make this a health reading. All right, well, since it's brought up, it seems like there could be something going on with the uterine area. Some of you could possibly be deciding to actually make that appointment with the GYN, or if you're a male, the urologist. It seems like something is going on in that area. There's a lot of stress. Like I said, the stomach area, definitely it feels like something is going on in the, specifically the uterine area. You have some people that are coming back, Cancer or cross-watcher, and maybe this is somebody thinking about you when they decide to not just think about you in silence, especially a Libra. It seems like they might actually reach out and contact you. Somebody might be having some back problems. Maybe some car issues. Some money problems. That seems like that's what's stressing you. It seems like there's just a lot going on all at once. There's a Virgo that shows up to your reading. Somebody might have a drinking issue. Cancer or cross-watcher. You gotta be getting into it with somebody. Or if you're not, then somebody around you might be. Because it doesn't have to be you. You could be the observer in the situation. There is an Aries in your energy. And there's definitely somebody that you're not giving attention to. Deliberately for some of you. And others of you, it's a kid. It's not that you're not deliberately giving attention to them. But maybe if they're behaving badly, you're like, I'm not going to really give this attention. But it seems like there's somebody that's just really butthurt that you're not giving them any attention. You're not giving them the time of day at all. Cancer or cross-watching. It just seems like somebody is just thirsty for your attention. For whatever reason. Or somebody feels that maybe this is you. That you could be thirsty for attention. If we're talking about a love relationship, Cancer or cross-watcher, we talked about compete and move on. It seems like some of you, yep, Leo. Some of you are on the Cancer Leo cusp. You're moving on. I think you're moving on from conflict. It just seems like you're not partaking in the conflict. You're just deliberately not talking to somebody that you feel is full of drama. You know that the drama exists in the background, but it seems like you're deciding to not be a willing participant of that whole situation. Some of you, the drama is at work. But for some of you, it's at home, where you could be having drama with someone. You do have someone that you're spending some time apart from. Romantic or platonic, it seems like somebody wants to come back and rekindle the situation, but this would especially be the case if we're talking about somebody that you kind of let go of. It seems like somebody doesn't know how to move on, or somebody doesn't want to. It's a Gemini. Especially if you call things off with someone, you've already split from them, and you decided to not talk to them. It seems like it's because you know somebody is full of games and full of BS. And yeah, they're coming back. They're coming back with the same song and dance. They're not bringing anything different to the table. They're not bringing any kind of different energy. They're bringing the same lying ways, Cancer or cross-watcher. So Spirit guides are saying, do with that what you feel is best. Sagittarius shows up to your reading. Somebody knows exactly how to manipulate a situation. So Spirit guides are saying, especially if there's a fire sign that's in your energy, they're definitely telling you that you might have a blind spot here having to do with this situation. If somebody's trying to tug at your heartstrings or try to manipulate you into going back into a situation. Not all of you is this not like a recommended situation to go back to, but for some of you, I mean, for some of you it is. It's a general reading. Like I said, do with the information what you feel is best in your own personal situation. But I definitely feel like something is going on at work. Somebody's up to something at work for some of you, and I think you see precisely what's going on. And this is where you're not really giving this person attention. Seems like somebody, like I mentioned to you, is going out of their way to get your attention. Especially if this is somebody you broke up from. Why does somebody want your attention as much? Obviously, somebody's obsessed or whatever. Is there a reason that somebody wants your attention like this? Well, they feel like in some instances, somebody wants to mend the situation. How do I want to say this? Some of you work in like the spiritual community. This feels like, or you want to, you have an aspiration to, maybe you want to do something such as this. What I will say is that somebody is trying to create a narrative, and they're trying to convince other people that this picture that they're trying to paint is the truth. But something about this is phony and bogus. Like rumors and stuff, something petty like this. With this whole thing at work or whatever this is that somebody's going out of their way to get a reaction from you about. This seems like this is some petty stuff again. Something might be going on online. Like somebody is trying to post something about you or whatever. I don't know. Rather than talking to you, it seems like somebody could be posting cryptic messages about you or to you. Especially like I mentioned to you, an ex. They could be posting something on their stuff. They want you to look at it, or maybe they know that you're watching their stuff, their posts or whatever. And it seems like it's directed at you, but they're not telling you that it's directed at you. But you're kind of like meant to kind of figure it out, or you might feel that it's obvious. Okay, so pettiness. It seems like it continues on in the background of your situation. But if you cut somebody off, trust they're watching. Or you block them, they're watching you. They might be watching you from somebody else's page or whatever. But I think that there might be a significant other that might notice that you may have noticed that maybe you moved on from them. You're not really giving them the time of day. And they're scorned about this. They feel very rejected by you around this period of time. So it could be somebody, I want to call this the evil eye, but I guess so. There's a Virgo especially, or somebody with Virgo in their chart. Scorpio comes up heavily. And so does another Cancer and Sagittarius, Aries, and Leo. It seems like these are very relevant people that are in the background in your situation. You'll be concerned about your possessions. Cancer or cross watcher, it seems like you're really going out of your way to try to manage your finances. It seems like that might be something that you're concerned about. It seems like you really have the ability to attract to you whatever it is that you want. I think you must be concerned about your belongings for whatever reason. But some things that you've acquired along the way, are you worried that you're going to lose these things? Or maybe there's somebody tampering with your things. Maybe you feel like somebody's being very disrespectful with your stuff. Whatever the case is, it seems like there might be a message, Cancer or cross watcher, that comes through. This might be a message you're anticipating, you're waiting for, and it finally comes through. This seems like this is some good news, some news that maybe you've been waiting for, some information. This might be something that might lead to a positive change. I definitely feel like, as I mentioned to you before, you're having beef with somebody, obviously. I mentioned to you somebody is coming in to mend the situation. It seems like somebody wants peace over there being drama. So in some situations, it seems like somebody has the right idea about it. Some of you, as I mentioned to you, they're coming in being petty. They're coming in being ridiculous. But for others of you, it seems like somebody has the right intention. Whatever this is about this health situation, it seems like it's been going on. It's been a prolonged situation. It seems like your spirit guides are saying, Cancer, go to the doctor. Like I said, I don't want to turn this into a health reading, but for some reason, I kind of feel led to go down this rabbit hole to see what's going on with you. All I feel, maybe I'll just make this brief because these are supposed to be kind of short. I think you might be making some changes connected to your health. I think you might be in a position where you're kind of forced to do so. So it seems like attention is now turned to your health. Let's talk about it. Because it seems like spirit guides want me to go there for whatever reason. Spirit guides, what's going on with the Cancer Nation and their health? Somebody need x-rays. This seems like somebody could possibly be getting an x-ray. Especially if we're talking about the wrist, it's like there's a sprain is what this feels like. Seems like there's like a random pain that might kind of sporadically show up within the body. But it seems like this is something, for some of you, this is like some intense pain. So something might have you kind of down for the count for a minute. Now I'm going to say this. Some of you, it's the way that you're eating. Maybe it's something that you're eating that's giving you heartburn and indigestion and this sort of thing. It might not be that serious. It might be something like that. Seems like you're eating a lot of sweets. Some of you could be diabetic or pre-diabetic. And maybe your body is kind of reacting, as I mentioned to you, whether you're diabetic or not. It seems like this is your body is reacting to the foods that you're putting into it. Seems like you could possibly be going under the knife. What is this? You have like a concussion, a head contusion. Seems like maybe you just have some really bad headaches is what this feels like. It seems like on a more serious note, something is going on with the heart area of your body. Your heart. Definitely feel anxiety, palpitations, this sort of thing. And we're talking about your heart. Chest pain is what this feels like to me. Maybe you're taking medications to kind of deal with some pain that you have. You're feeling dizzy, this looks like. I don't know. It seems like there's just a lot going on. Seems like you're going through some depression. Or somebody around you could be. There's definitely something going on with the heart. Emotionally, that's very possible. Could be something going on with you that's kind of hitting you heavily when it comes to your emotions. But it seems like whatever this is, for some of you, this is serious. So you could be having surgery, especially in the abdominal region. Some of you, you're having dental surgery. Maybe you're having some teeth removed. You're finally going to the dentist to get these cavities taken out. Some of you, I don't know if you're pursuing this really strict diet. It doesn't seem like you're eating enough. It's like you're not getting enough calories. You're dizzy, disoriented type of thing. Some of you could be deliberately going under the knife to get, maybe you're looking for a more youthful appearance. Maybe you're getting some pain management. Something, like I said, something is like knocking you off your feet. I think it's your teeth. I think so. And maybe this is you taking pills to kind of like get rid of some, I don't want to hear nerve pain. I don't know. But I definitely feel like you could be trying to lose weight, unless this is something that might just be going on naturally. Spirit guides, what's going on? See, it's going to take me down a rabbit hole. I guess this is where Spirit is taking me. What's going on with, long story short, there might be like a destructive habit with the body that it seems like spirit guides are trying to get someone to pay attention to. It looks like there might be somebody that's like not going to get a healthcare situation, a health situation taken care of, even though they know something might be kind of important is going on. It just seems like somebody is, like I said, maybe deciding, I don't know what somebody is deciding to do. Like they're not going to take care of it, but it seems like it's sooner or later something is going to cause someone to have to go and take care of something. Definitely feels like something's going on with the teeth. The dental issue. Okay. And I definitely feel like there's something going on with the back or the spinal region, but for sure something is going on with the heart area. The cardiac muscle seems like it's stressed out. Like it's working too hard for whatever reason. So, long story short, something looks like it's pretty, for some of you, pretty serious, and it might be time to go to the doctor to get something looked into. Because as I mentioned to you, something might be kind of unavoidable. Looks like it's a circulation issue for some of you. Spirit guides, the advice this week for the Cancer Nation. For the next 7 days, honor your sensitivities. Your sensitivities are a gift. Be proud of who you are. Put your hand over your heart and inwardly say, I embrace my loving heart. Something is going on with the heart. This is like I mentioned to you. Some of you might have dominant Leo in your chart. But yeah, your guides are encouraging you to embrace your sensitivities. You might be sensitive. You might be, especially when it comes to spiritual things. I definitely feel like some of you are very spiritual. I think you could be very critical of yourself. And times this week, especially Cancer, where it's not really useful for you to be. So you can really just be kind of like assessing how you kind of operate in situations. There might be some things about yourself that you want to change, or some things that you might feel like you're needlessly stressing yourself out about. And you might be deciding to make a change in that area. With that, Cancer Nation, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. If you'd like to book a personal, my website is angelicascensionstarot.com. Have a beautiful, peaceful, and productive week, Cancer Nation and cross watchers. I'll see you. Sag, this is a general reading, which automatically means that not everything mentioned in this reading may be an exact match to your story. Take in what resonates, disregard what does not. Please avoid making any rash decisions based solely off of a general reading. If you'd like a reading based on your own energy, you can of course book me for a session on my website, which happens to be angelicascensionstarot.com. Let's get into it. Let's see what might be going on for the Sag Nation for the next 7 days. You're overwhelmed, Sagittarius. There may be some things that are going on. Looks like something could be going on. Seems like you're communicating with someone possibly by text this week. Could be a mishap when you're typing something in. Seems like something could be like autocorrect could possibly say something in place of maybe what you wanted to say. And maybe you might have already sent that message off, and you might end up in an awkward situation. All right, maybe trying to explain that it wasn't something that was said was not intended. It's that sort of thing. Communication could feel a little bit dicey, a little bit confusing in some instances. Who is in your energy is a fire sign. This would be yourself. You would be the fire sign. Or you could be dealing with another fire sign, Aries, Leo, or Sag. It seems like you could be doing some meal prep. Sagittarius. Release. It seems like there might be some important things that you might be releasing, some things that could possibly be on your mind, some things that you could be thinking about. You could possibly be giving your thoughts a voice. You're maybe sharing a lot on social media, or maybe you're not really keeping your thoughts inside. Maybe you're deciding to talk about things. Some of you could be considering counseling, because it seems like expressing yourself this week seems like it's rather important. It could be that maybe there's some things that you've been holding back that maybe you decide that you do want to express yourself about, or there could be someone that might be feeling this way about you. Capricorn comes up as a dominant energy in your reading. So you could possibly be on the Sag Capricorn cusp. You might have a Capricorn coming to you, because earth signs are highlighted, especially Taurus. It could be a situation where someone could possibly be nonverbal. Could be something going on in the thyroid area. Something could possibly be going on with the blood pressure, especially around the carotid arteries. It could definitely be something going on with the vocal cords. So it could possibly be speaking with like a hoarse voice, like a sore throat, possibly could be something that could be going on. I definitely feel that if there's something that you've kind of refrained from saying, you're holding back from communicating with someone or telling someone how you really feel, or someone's feeling this way about you, it seems like something about this might change. Somebody's releasing, right? They're releasing what's on their mind, what's on their heart. Might be showing or might be telling you their true feelings about something. Or maybe you might have a moment to really say what you really wanted to say to somebody. And maybe it's just been difficult to talk to someone, because I definitely feel like there's somebody in your energy that might be kind of hard to communicate with at this time, or just period. You might feel like you're dealing with someone who is just very difficult to deal with. And I think things between you and this person could possibly be intense. So you releasing someone or something, it feels like you're completing a chapter in your life and you're moving on. And as you're doing so, it seems like you might have some people that are leaning in and kind of taking notice to some things that might be going on in your life. Maybe there's some people that are in your business. There might be some people around you that you feel are nosy and have a lot of audacity to kind of, kind of invade your privacy. Could definitely be some people that could be eavesdropping. These could be neighbors, especially if things are getting kind of loud, kind of intense. Definitely picking up on an Aries. I've said multiple times now, and fire sign. My mouth wanted to say air, but my brain definitely wanted to say fire. So you're dealing with an air sign, obviously. Your spirit guides say yes. It's an air sign that's in your energy. I think things have become kind of complicated between you and this person. I think somebody is thinking about you. And so I think that there might be an apology, or an attempt at maybe an apology. This is Sagittarius. Okay. So let's talk about a Sagittarius. There is gossip in the background of your situation. Please don't give this too much of your attention, because it seems like you might be prone to do that. This is going to do nothing but get in the way and cause a big distraction for you. Being too worried about what these people are saying or what other people think. Now we're talking about a relationship. Let's talk about that. Since we're talking about completing and moving on, and you being the Queen of Swords in your reading, it seems like you're seeing the truth about something, a relationship that might be in your life. Your life or somebody around you. Maybe you might see something that somebody else doesn't in their own situation. But what I'm really trying to say is that there's somebody that has a whole bunch of people on standby. So they feel like if things are not really panning out between the two of you, which is not really looking that good, then they feel that they've already gathered people that they have on standby to kind of come in and take your place. So it doesn't feel like there's true exclusivity in your situation. I'm going to be honest with you, Sagittarius or Crosswatcher. For some of you, somebody is giving you the runaround. And I think that somebody's real interest is in another fire sign. Aries, Leo, or Sag. Sun, moon, or rising. So somebody's giving you the runaround, and maybe there's something that you need to see about your situation. You could possibly see something for yourself. Maybe even online. You might see the person that you're supposed to be in a committed relationship with somebody else. Since I was telling you that there's gossip, word on the street is Sagittarius. This person has somebody else. And it seems like you see the truth about it and you're definitely cutting somebody off. You're tired of somebody's BS. Sag. Or you've been putting up with something for so long, and I think that maybe you are deciding to maybe stick it out and be patient, and I think somebody might eventually lose you. You might be walking onto somebody's life, and it might be something this might be something they absolutely cannot do something about. Because it just seems like something is the never-ending story. It's like you're constantly going through the same thing again and again with someone, and now you're like, why? Why am I really sitting here dealing with this kind of stuff? So I think that whatever you feel is a stressor to you, especially if this is a relationship and somebody that you're recognizing is wasting your time, you're cutting this off. And you're choosing you. As difficult as that might be. Whatever this is that you're working on, it seems like there's some growth coming in. Some of you, maybe you are farmers. Maybe you live in a rural area. It seems like there's some money coming in from something that you're working on. Something that you're putting in a lot of energy into Sagittarius. It turns out to be very profitable for you. So I think that you're ignoring somebody, Sag or cross watcher. Because it seems like there's some tension in the background of your situation. You could possibly be going through tension with someone, or somebody you know could be going through something with someone. Somebody could possibly be getting put out of their place, because it looks like Sag or cross watcher, there might be somebody that might be kind of leaving their regular residence because maybe they need a reset. So somebody might need a place to chill. But it seems like somebody can't chill there too long. Maybe there's somebody you wish would chill out. Maybe so, because it seems like somebody is on one this week, Sagittarius. And maybe you can't really get away from this person the way that you would like to or whatever. Maybe you live with this person or whatever. I don't know. So I just kind of see you backing off. Yeah, somebody's is difficult to deal with. But it definitely feels like somebody has like co-signers on their situation. What I'm trying to say is like they have yes men. People that know what they're doing and they're helping them do things behind the scenes. There could be talk of divorce. There could definitely be talk of separation, unless this is someone that you've already separated from. But this is definitely the week that the truth comes out. This truth is something that you've already known, something that your spirit guides have been alerting you to, something that your intuition has already known. You've already known the truth. Or like I said, you're figuring it out, and it definitely feels like somebody is having an affair with somebody behind you, or behind your back, or this is somebody that has a lot of one-night stands. Could possibly be this King of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. Somebody might be writing something that's false, or maybe it's true. It could be. It definitely feels like somebody is going out of their way to kind of air out somebody's personal information, put somebody on blast type of thing is what this looks like. Maybe somebody passed. Sagittarius. Crosswatcher, you could possibly be reminded of someone's passing. You could possibly be thinking about somebody that passed. It's a Gemini that comes up heavily in your reading. Maybe nobody passed. Maybe some of you, Somebody might have. That might be a fact. But I think that somebody might be taking a breakup kind of hard. No, it was just Memorial Day. Maybe somebody was in the military. Maybe somebody passed away around this period of time, or somebody was a Scorpio. Been a high profile individual. King of Cups, Scorpio, Pisces, or Cancer possibly. I think you are. I think you're reluctantly walking away. I don't think you want to leave somebody behind, but I think you're coming to see that it's time to move on. Sag or cross watcher from this air sign, or this Leo's Capricorn, because I think you're tired of fighting. But something might bring you back, or this is somebody tired of fighting in a relationship and maybe feeling nostalgic about an old relationship, wanting to go back to an old situation, but they can't go back to that situation because they caused too much damage there. Bottom line is, it seems like somebody still has feelings for an ex, but maybe things are just not that great with an ex situation. It definitely feels like somebody has multiple situations going on at the same time. And in some instances, Sag, somebody is coming back to you. How do I put this? Because I'm trying to be at least PG-13. I don't know. Some things might be going down this week. Sagittarius, there could be somebody coming to you for a favor. I'll put it that way. You got something legal going on. For some of you, the legal situation could possibly be a divorce. You might actually be taking the steps to go and get something filed. For some of you, have a third-party situation. Someone is waiting for someone to get a divorce or a separation, or waiting for someone to make a decision to leave someone so that they can now officially be, have, like, they can make it official with what they have going on. Because it seems like somebody might want somebody that you have or whatever. It just seems like it's that type of thing. Something is just kind of murky and messy in the background. This could be somebody going back to someone that they feel is a soulmate of theirs, or someone that they're meant to be with. Sag, you could possibly be getting some communication from a job. It seems like there might be some money that you've been waiting for that may be coming in. It might be somebody's birthday is Gemini. Your opposite sign usually shows up. It's not out of the ordinary for Gemini to show up in your reading. So maybe it's not out of the ordinary for a Gemini in real life to show up, because it looks like there's Gemini that's thinking about you. Spirit guides, show me Sag Nation for the next 7 days. And somebody that you haven't seen in a minute, you had a wall up with this person, you're likely to see them again. In the background of your situation, what you might not see is that somebody is venting to other people about your relationship. And that might be something that just really irks you. You might be taking an issue with this Pisces about that. There's a Pisces that's in your reading. So maybe you have an issue with a friend, or you haven't spoken with a friend in a minute, and there might be a friend that kind of drops by. Somebody has a lot of pride, okay? So there might be somebody that really wants to be with you, Sagittarius. And if they're not saying anything, or they're not kind of fixing the situation right now, it's because they just have way too much pride to do so. And for some of you, it seems like it's that they have somebody else in their ear, or a few other people that are saying, no, don't do it, Sag, or whomever this person is, this earth sign. I think somebody really wants to talk to you. They really want to make it right. Some of you are staying in situations because of financial stability that a relationship can offer you. Some of you, this is somebody using you for that reason. Or maybe somebody's the breadwinner type of thing. This week, Sagittarius, your spirit guides are telling you your creative side is going to take you a long way. So there's something a creative endeavor that maybe you're wanting to get into. It seems like you might be getting into that. Yep. See, your spirit guides, they say you already know the truth. Deep down within yourself, you already know what the right decision is to make. And I definitely feel that for some of you, as I mentioned to you before, you're cutting somebody off. You might be getting communication from your mother. For some of you, this is the mother of your child, or your baby's mother is what I'm trying to say, or your own mom. If you haven't spoken to your mom in a minute, whether or not your mother is amongst the living, or this is someone that has passed away, because I did mention to you somebody did pass. Seems like you could be communicating with family that you haven't spoken with in a minute. Definitely getting back to work if work has been an issue. Some of you, you're looking for a job, you're landing this job. For some of you, it's a business. You are a business owner. You're trying to make things happen for yourself where there have been delays. For some of you, the reason for delays have been an enemy or somebody that's showing up as an op. So there's an op-ass individual in your energy, and I think that you're going to be seeing the truth about this person. Possibly a King of Pentacles, Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn that you're going to be seeing the truth about. But you've already suspected something about this individual anyway. Definitely within the workplace. There's some jealousy or somebody that's trying to knock you off of your game. Aries or cross watcher. Either that's the case, or there's just a lot of pressure that you're feeling, that you're putting on yourself, because you feel like maybe there's competition or somebody's trying to knock you off something that you're working on, something that you've worked very hard for. But you might feel blocked because it looks like there might be somebody, like I mentioned to you, an op that's trying to stand in the way of something that you're doing. There's some sort of problem that you're dealing with this week. You're trying to figure out a problem, how to solve something. And it seems like it's a struggle for you this week because you're just kind of busy. But either way, it feels like you're going to find out a solution to whatever this happens to be, and it's going to give you some peace of mind. There's something that you're trying to avoid. It seems like when there's something that you know that you need to do, but it's like as soon as it's time to do it, it's like I want to crawl away, I want to hide, I want to step away. But it seems like you're developing a strategy to get back to something that you feel it's time to get back to. Where your energy, your motivation has been down, it seems like you might be getting back into it. So it's important this week for you to be a self-starter. There might be some things that you just don't want to do, but you're going to be happy that you did it in the end. Whatever this happens to be, especially if we're talking about something professional. Somebody is trying to contact you, Sagittarius, and they might not be contacting you from their real account or their real phone number. Like somebody's trolling you from a fake account, or you could possibly be doing this. And if you're doing that, somebody is completely aware of what's going on. They're like, I've seen enough. I'm tired of this. Somebody might be calling somebody out on their BS. Very likely. Something might be going on with kids. You might feel that you grew up with a very strict parent. Sagittarius. Maybe you don't agree with how somebody co-parents, like, or whatever. But I see somebody overcompensating for things that they did not have as a child. Make sure that somebody is not using you financially or sexually, Sagittarius, because it seems like somebody might try to. Anyway, Spirit guys, is there anything else that definitely feels like somebody's attracted to you? I don't know if somebody does, like, somebody is, is like an adult worker, if you get what I'm trying to say. This is somebody that likes to watch porn. Sagittarius that I'm reading for. But he could be wasting a lot of time online doing that. I think you're worried about a financial situation that I don't think is actually going to happen. I think you're worried about it. You're overthinking it. How does this actually work out for Sagittarius, spirit guides? Seems like you're struggling with something. There might be somebody helpful that comes in, or this is some finances that come in. Sag or cross watcher, this could be you helping somebody out. But I think whatever this is with a financial dilemma that looks like it's up in the air, either for you or for someone, some money comes in. It might come in at the nick of time, but it definitely feels like it does come in. If we're talking about a legal situation, it seems like there is something works out for you. Especially if like you're having to take somebody to court, or you're concerned about making a decision, like should you take somebody to court? Something might need to, I guess that's interesting that spirit guides want me to word it that way. I guess maybe something might need to be court ordered. It seems like you got some money coming to you from a legal situation tied to a fire sign. Come on. Okay. Yeah. Somebody passed away. Some of you, this could be an inheritance that could be coming to you. You could possibly be handling somebody's legal affairs, their estate post-mortem. Somebody could possibly be getting an autopsy. Maybe this has something to do with somebody's possessions, maybe somebody's ashes. I don't know. Or this is a pet that may have passed away. Something is reminding you of somebody that passed, and it seems like this is just something that really hurts. But, or somebody's having to maybe pay for somebody's funeral. I don't know, Sag. I definitely feel like there's some money coming to you. Your mind, Sag, seems like it's moving a mile a minute. It might be lending to your worries. You guys are encouraging you to silence your thoughts so that your spirit guides can get a word in edgewise. It seems like your spirit guides are trying to tell you something, or there are messages that are coming in from the afterlife, from somebody that passed. It seems like they're really going out of their way to try to get your attention, to give you a message. It just seems like you're very distracted. Spirit guides, what is the advice for the Sagittarius nation for the next 7 days? Okay. Several cards that wanted to fly different directions. Spirit guides, what is the advice for Sag for the next 7 days? Take a moment. Stop. Now is not the time to rush into a decision you're about to make. Before this important decision is made, take a moment to pause and quiet your mind so that you can ask your soul for guidance before you act or move forward. Spirit guides are reminding you, Sagittarius or Crosswatcher, to not make decisions in haste, to take a moment. I mentioned to you, I promise you, your spirit guides are trying to talk to you. They're telling you, take a moment, hear us out. If that's something that you believe in. If it's not, disregard that part of the message. But it definitely feels like they're telling you, take a moment to hear what they have to say. Because it seems like there's a very important decision that you are making or someone is making about you. Your spirit guides are saying, take your time. There's no need to rush. Get this guidance. Get this inner guidance. Your higher self has a message for you. They're telling you before you move forward. Listen. Somebody's fighting their conscience with something that they may feel that they need to do. But it seems like they're just going to do that. They're just going to be that. They're going to fight their conscience. They're going to choose to listen to their ego. It's not a criticism. It's an observation. And it's up to you to decide what you feel is best in your own circumstances. With that, Sag Nation and Cross Watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast with angelic ascensions. If you'd like to book a personal, you can book a session on my website, which happens to be angelicascensionstarot.com. A blessed, beautiful, and productive week, Sag Nation. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace. I'm out. Leo, this is general. The messages here are general, so take in what genuinely is your message and what is not. Disregard it. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you would like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can, of course, book a reading with me on my website, which happens to be angelicascensionstarot.com. We're always going to talk about delicate topics. We always do. Take it as a trigger warning, and let's get into it. Oh, of course, it's Leo. Of course, you're very spiritual, Leo. You could possibly be going to someone to get some work done for you. Maybe to clear the energy around you. Some of you could be readers. I definitely feel like you're into some form of divination. When it comes to relationships, I think that you might be taking a step back from relationships. Yeah, maybe you're charging your crystals or whatever. There's definitely a Taurus around you. Definitely somebody that's watching you full of envy. Could possibly be an Aries in some cases. And you might recognize who this person is. There's something that you might have to say this week, Leo, or Cross Watcher. Something that you might really feel like you have to get off your mind and say. Your integrity could definitely be put to the test when it comes to something that maybe you might feel compelled to communicate, or maybe it's just circumstances that put the spotlight on you where you might feel like, hey, I have to communicate this. Whatever it happens to be. Maybe it's something that might be kind of difficult for you, for Leo to say. Maybe so. Possibly. There might be some changes that maybe you're wanting to make about yourself or about a particular situation. Or there could be somebody in your energy that you might find quite annoying because you wish that they would change. But you're coming to realize that this person is the way that they are. And that they're not going to make that many changes. So you're seeing the reality of that no matter how frustrating that might be. I don't think you really know where you and this person stand, or there's somebody that feels this way about you. Somebody that maybe wants to come back around you, Leo, a Cross Watcher. It could possibly be this King of Pentacles, likely a Virgo. Virgo always shows up to the Leo reading. It never fails. But nothing is absolute here. It could definitely be a Taurus or a Capricorn that we're talking about. Or this could be you. You might have Earth in your natal chart. There is definitely some spiritual work going on. Let's talk about that. Are you putting roots on you? There's a few things going on. It definitely feels like there could be a child that could be getting into some stuff, some foolishness. You could be there. Maybe this is spirit encouraging you to pay attention to what a child is doing. A minor especially. It just seems like they're getting into some things that maybe they ought not. Come on with it. If you are not a spiritualist, a reader, this sort of thing, it definitely feels like you are called to do this, to do such a thing, or as I mentioned to you, you're going to someone to get this done. Somebody could be doing love work on somebody to get somebody to change or influence a particular situation. Somebody could be doing work against you and you're aware of it, and you could be throwing that energy back at somebody. Somebody could be doing work to affect someone's family or family life. Do I really want to get into this? I guess I already started, so let's go. Okay, somebody obviously passed. Somebody that passed away could definitely be on your mind around this period of time. It just seems like somebody got murdered. Somebody's life was taken or robbed of their life for whatever reason. This person shows up as your ancestor. Your ancestors definitely step in when it comes to something. Leo. I'm gonna sound like a conspiracy theorist if I say this, but you know, whatever. This is gonna sound really weird. I guess I'm just gonna say it. You might feel, Leo or cross watcher, that you're a part of some sort of like weird social experiment. I know it's gonna sound strange to some people. Let's move on. No, I don't think I can move on from that because it looks like Spirit has more to say about it. There's an enemy. Somebody could possibly someone could be being paid to go against you. Somebody is paying somebody to do work against you is what this is. Definitely feels like it might be another witch. This is a witch doing this to another witch. Or this might be the, I guess I want to say competition. Maybe somebody does the exact type of work that you do and they see you as a problem. It seems like somebody is trying to stop or prevent or hinder you from doing something. Some sort of discrimination, or if somebody wants you to feel left out or whatever. Come on, if something. Maybe you are like a psychic medium. No, I'm sensing a seance. Definitely sensing conjuring of spirits. This is Leo. This is interesting. You're conjuring something. You're conjuring your ancestors. It seems like you're able to speak to your ancestors. Or like I said, somebody's wake, somebody's funeral. What is really going on? I don't think I quite understand. Or maybe I do, and I'm overthinking this. Spirit guys, what's going on with the Leo Nation? No, I think I have it right. Not all of this is bad. Okay? Not all of this is painful magic. I think that you might be doing rituals. I think you could definitely be doing some spiritual healing. Some of you, it seems like you use your powers to help other people. You definitely feel like there's a loved one from the other side that has a message for you. And you could be dreaming about this person, or they could be showing up in your dreams to deliver this message. I think that you have the power to change the lives of other people, Leo. And I think that maybe you might underestimate the power that you hold to be able to do this. And I think that this might be why somebody is trying to go out of their way to stop you from delivering a particular message that you have, or where you might be experiencing some sort of discrimination around you. That message seems like it's not for a majority of those listening. It's for somebody. But yeah, let's continue on. Some of you are concerned about a household situation. You're concerned about financial stability. Something affected or impacted your ability to make money, because it seems like maybe it has. It might be some people that are running their mouth in the background. I'm like, are they significant? We're going to see who these people are. Okay, but there's some childishness and pettiness in the background of your situation. Or somebody that's trying to make something incredibly difficult. There's an instigator. So the atmosphere is like a generally unhappy situation, possibly at work. You might not be happy with your work situation. You might feel like you're at the center of this controversy at work. Controversy, maybe that's a bit dramatic for me to say it that way. But maybe to you, you might feel like it's that serious. You might feel like it's a big deal. Because it seems like you really have the ability to be very successful, or you're very good at what you do. This is maybe the general consensus of the people that are around you. They feel like you do a great job. People like you. But it seems like there's these people over here that are going out of their way to try to, we talked about that, to stop something that you're doing. And you might feel like that's just completely effed up. And you're human, so of course it's going to affect you. I promise you, this is somebody doing magic. Okay. Going back to this, because it seems like it's a big part of your story. There is somebody that's trying to hinder your money. So there's some problem starters at work. Seems like this might be more than one person. Spirit guys, show me what's going on about this situation. Let them go to clear your mind. Your deepest desires constrain you. There's something that you really want, something that you really are going after. Your guys are saying, let the situation go clear your mind. It might be a relationship for a majority of you. You're in a very complicated relationship. Somebody is definitely playing games with you. Somebody thinks that you are so naive, or I don't know what they think. I don't know if they think that you're naive, but I definitely feel like somebody's insulting your intelligence. They feel like you don't see what's going on, but you do. It's just that you choose not to partake in the situation. You're not here to kind of fall into the drama, but I think that you definitely see what's going on and you're frustrated by it. You cast a spell to your existence, trying to tell you somebody is a spellcaster. I think it's you. I think you definitely know how to defend yourself against this negative energy. So I'm like trying to figure out, well, why is it affecting you so much? I mean, it is. On some level. So whatever somebody is doing against you spiritually, it seems like it does kind of impact your situation a little bit. How much it impacts you depends on how much energy you give it. Because it seems like your energy is kind of playing into it, or you're just kind of worried about it too much. It seems like somebody feels like you're too vocal, you talk too much, and they want to mute you. Now, if we're talking in terms of a relationship, whatever you're saying to somebody that means a lot to you is going in one ear and out the other, especially if we're talking about a child. You might be giving them some very sound, important information. And they're like, well, I'm not going to listen to that. So maybe that's something. Maybe parenting relationships around this period of time might be kind of frustrating for you. I think that something might be going on with you as well, Leo, health-wise. I think some of you might be having low energy, maybe some depression, some irritability, foggy thinking. It might have something to do with your diet. It seems like you could be vitamin deficient. I want to say B12. Something might be going on when I'm trying to say anemia type of thing, but it might be your diet. What might be frustrating you is a relationship. Whatever this is, romantic or platonic, you might feel that it is deteriorating. Singles, whomever this is that you're dealing with, somebody in your energy is a liar. I don't like to say it that way because it sounds like I'm name calling. I'll just say, I guess, semantics. Anyway, somebody is lying to you. Somebody's not being honest. And I think you might see somebody for who they are. Somebody that's being a liar. Yes? There's somebody that you're seeing that you might feel that you need space from. Right? Let them go and clear your mind. You need space from somebody. So obviously you're frustrated with the way that maybe somebody is treating you. Like you're miscellaneous and that you're not important to them. So I think you're kind of realizing for some of you that it's not really a necessity to stay in this situation. So you could possibly be taking yourself away from this. You're realizing that somebody might need to lose you. So you might be deciding to let this go. And be realizing that it's time to move on. And that maybe something that you thought could really develop between you and someone might take more patience than you feel like you have to offer the situation. The truth is you might come to realize that somebody is giving you the runaround. So I think you might be exiting the situation. You're tired of feeling frustrated, tired of feeling hurt, possibly having to do with an Aries or a water sign, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. You also have a Libra that's relevant in your reading. There might be a friend that could possibly be reaching out to you. You could possibly be reaching out to someone that you confide in. You might be having a very important conversation with this person. For some of you, this is family members that maybe you might be getting in contact with. Maybe you haven't seen family in a minute, or maybe family hasn't seen you in a minute. Maybe this is somebody, these are people that you needed to clear your mind from, your own family members. Maybe they've been doing some things that have just been very frustrating to you. Maybe you just needed some time away. Family could be coming back in. There could definitely be gossip amongst family, especially if we're talking about someone with an addiction. Somebody could possibly be getting back into an addiction or relapsing. Maybe somebody went into recovery. This could be somebody's wake-up call. Somebody could possibly be realizing that it's time to go into recovery. Somebody could be using some things that are hardcore drugs. We're also talking about a child, a minor that could possibly, as I mentioned to you, could be getting into some foolishness. Could possibly be getting peer pressured into doing some foolish things. As I mentioned to you, you could possibly be trying to talk sense into a kid. It goes in one ear, out the other. Anything else for Leo, Spirit? Scorpio, if I didn't talk about that. You could be meeting some new people. Scorpio, I'm saying Scorpio as though Scorpio could be relevant as in you have this in your natal chart, or this could be a Scorpio coming to you. You definitely have a new beginning. There's an old cycle that you're scrapping, you're getting rid of it, and then there's a new scrapping. Maybe you are fighting with somebody. All of a sudden I hear the song Squabble Up. Maybe there is somebody that wants, they want that heat. They want that smoke, Sagittarius. I'm calling you Sag. It could possibly be a Sagittarius. I see it. Let's go back to it. We talked about that. Do not allow anything or anyone to stop you. We're definitely talking about your purpose. It seems that you are called to do something in particular, Leo. And whatever this is that you are very focused on, something that you really want, it seems that someone is trying to stop you, but we're definitely talking about your purpose. Your spirit guides are saying, no matter the situation, do not allow anything or anyone to stop you. Because it seems like somebody is pulling out the stops. Like they're on a whole spree with it this week. With the negativity or whatever. To try to stop you from fulfilling your purpose. Spirit guides say don't pay attention to the noise in the background. Keep going. Even though this might be a frustrating journey, it seems that for some of you, it's because somebody wants it to be frustrating when it doesn't really have to be. You guys say keep going. That's somebody's message. Advice for the Leo Nation for the next 7 days. Do roller skate, Leo? Ask a dream for guidance. Dreams offer wisdom beyond logic. Tonight, ask a question before bed. In the morning, write down a dream and look for the answer. There is a guide. There's some sort of guidance that you're looking for. You're seeking it out, and it seems that with you asking, you shall receive the answer. Whatever this happens to be, Leo. With that, this concludes your 7-day forecast with angelic ascensions. If you'd like to book a personal, you can book a session on my website, which happens to be angelicascensionstarot.com. Thank you for watching. Have a blessed, beautiful, peaceful, and productive week, Leo. I'll see y'all in the next one. This is a general message. This means that not everything said in this reading is going to be an exact match. Listen to this with an open mind and listen for your story. Some of you, it may not resonate. It's because it hasn't had a chance to occur yet. So listen to this with an open mind. As I mentioned, please avoid making any rash decisions based on what you hear from a general reading. We're going to talk about delicate topics. We always do. There's no avoiding it. Consider that a trigger warning, and let's dive in. Scorpio. Some of you are dealing with another Scorpio, whether it's in their sun, moon, or rising. Or some of you, you don't even recognize this person as a Scorpio, but they become relevant in some sort of way. There is an earth sign that's in your energy. Oh, my knee hurts all of a sudden. Scorpio, you have something going on with your knees. Who rules the knees? Capricorn. There's a Capricorn that's possibly in your energy. What's going on with your relationships? Oh, no. Spirit guys are telling me that there might be some other things going on. Maybe it's time for clothes shopping. What is this? This is Scorpio. Maybe you need some clothes. Maybe the issue is money right now. Money might be a little bit tight. There's a fire sign that's in your energy. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. There's so much going on. And a lot of this, some of this is sensitive. Yeah. We'll start off on a lighter note. Definitely feels like it's time for some shopping. You could definitely be shopping for your family around this period of time. It seems like there might be a lot going on for you emotionally, and you might be someone that really is like, that really goes out of your way to try to control your emotions. But this week, Scorpio, there might be some situations you find yourself in where you like, you might feel that it's kind of difficult for you to control your emotions. I kind of find it hard to believe that somebody could be trying to control or manipulate a Scorpio. But, I mean, that's possible. That somebody could be. Could be somebody in your social circle. I definitely feel like Scorpio, there could be some drama that could be going on. You could possibly be caught in the middle of it. No, don't let this be you. Don't allow you to be someone's well-kept secret. That could be where the drama could be happening. Especially if we're talking about a dating situation, seems like you're moving on from somebody. This is going on with a lot of the signs. Like there's a chapter in your life that you're completing and you're moving on. And I think this might have something to do with a relationship in your life. You might be going through it with somebody around this period of time. Make no mistake about it. You are a messenger, Scorpio. I just think that you might doubt yourself at times. And so self-assurance feels like it becomes important for you this week. Somebody passed. It seems like somebody's life was taken from them. Or you could possibly be concerned about somebody's situation. Because I think somebody could be in a violent type of situation. Scorpio. Be a welfare check done. It seems like law enforcement might be relevant in your situation. Yes, come on with it. You're definitely turn over a new page. You are. You're closing a chapter. Maybe literally you're reading something. Maybe you're getting into a good book and maybe it's pulling some emotions out of you. But I think this is real life, to be honest with you. You're closing a chapter in your life. Seems like it's hard for you to relax. You're always tense. Maybe you're deciding to become more social. Maybe you're deciding to intentionally go out and make more friends. But I think around this period of time, you're going through something that you might feel is challenging to deal with. And I think it's relationships. I think you're trying to figure out a marriage, how to make a relationship work. I think some of you are really trying to figure out your financial situation. I don't know if it's all linked and tied, and this is what you're fighting with somebody about, money. King of Pentacles, Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. Shows up in your reading. This might be somebody that you're fighting with. Leo. Leo shows up. What's going on for the... You're dealing with somebody who is indecisive. Somebody does not know what the heck they want. So it just seems kind of weird. It's like somebody today is like, nope, I don't want this relationship. And the next minute they're like, no, I do. I want this relationship. I want to work it out. It just seems like somebody is indecisive in that way. In some instances where someone is indecisive, is they're trying to figure out things between you and someone else, or whether or not they want to be committed or they want to act single. Things are coming to light for you, some things that maybe you did not know about, Scorpio, especially if we're talking about somebody having, you said what happened to Leo? I finished Leo. I did Leo already. Especially if somebody's having an affair. This is something that you're not sure about. That could be what you're like wavering on. Maybe it's not that you're indecisive. It's just like you're not sure what the heck is going on. If you're not sure if somebody is keeping a secret, that's what I mean. Make sure that you are not this well-kept secret, because it seems like somebody is doing something behind somebody's back. But something seems a little bit one-sided. Scorpio. So that's what I mean by make sure it's not you. Some of you, you're in the thick of this, and this was what brings on the abuse. It's psychological abuse. Somebody is cheating on you. Completely denying what they're doing, even though it's completely obvious, and they're giving you these flimsy excuses about what's going on. It seems like you're realizing, Scorpio, that you deserve better. Than dealing with somebody that can't decide on you and you alone. But maybe you're just kind of waiting it out to see what happens. It seems like maybe you're a fixer and you want to heal this person and you want to fix your relationship. No criticism, okay? I know that might sound like I'm trying to be critical. It's just, that's not how I mean it. Some of you, it seems like somebody is getting involved with somebody on the rebound. It seems like somebody hasn't completely exited a relationship, but they have already met somebody else. And it seems like somebody's planning on leaving, but they're not telling you. type of thing. They could definitely be communicating with this person online. I think that there might be some people that could be getting in the way. Somebody is in somebody's ear. Some people, some outsiders could possibly be getting in the way of a relationship, and it seems like this person might value what other people are saying over whatever, over your opinions, over the way that you feel. So yeah, somebody that just can't seem to make a decision. It seems like this is something that's just really hurting you. This back and forth type of thing. And it seems like maybe you're not ready to leave, but you're at your wit's end. So I think things might be kind of difficult between you and someone this week. Like it's hard for you to communicate because it seems like you just feel so hurt. It seems like you really love somebody and you want something to work, but you're tired of somebody's manipulation and tactics. And the fact that they operate like an op when they're supposed to be a partner. So the jig is up and the truth is out this week. And I think that somebody has decided to pull away. Tired of fighting, especially you gotta be fighting over money is what this feels like. Financial obligations, maybe you feel like somebody is not really holding up their end of things. Maybe things, I don't know, somebody lose their job, it feels like. Maybe somebody got fired from their job. Was I talking about a legal situation? I was. You're fighting with somebody? How do I say this? I don't know. I can't tell you keep the noise level down. But I do feel like there's some people that might overhear something. Unless they're literally eavesdropping, that's possible. Cops could get called because it seems like people are fighting kind of loud. You or somebody around you might not be feeling well. They could be feeling under the weather. Random side note, you might be having some cramps. Definitely somebody is confused. You got somebody coming back. You had a Capricorn that's coming back. You got somebody coming back. It doesn't seem like somebody's coming back with good intentions or the right intentions. Scorpio. This might be the moment where you might feel that you need to speak your truth. And maybe you might be telling somebody how you really feel. Genuinely from the heart. Or this could be somebody telling you how they feel. Random side note, somebody could possibly be having an issue with their lungs, or somebody has like a respiratory issue, like asthma, or somebody in the hospital is what this feels like. Let me look at this again. I think somebody could be. Okay, somebody has a health issue. Whatever this happens to be, seems like maybe somebody is not, their situation, their health situation might not be improving. And so it seems like somebody could possibly be going to a doctor visit. Some of you, you have somebody that is into drugs, possibly be relapsing on drugs, especially due to depression. Seems like maybe somebody is trying to quit, or maybe somebody's trying to quit smoking. There's a Virgo. And somebody's taking it hard because somebody feels like they failed. Somebody's very critical of themselves. You're definitely concerned about the stability of your situation, unless this is an outsider. Like somebody is concerned about the stability of a household. It's like somebody like such as like a social worker type of thing. Somebody could be upset because somebody works excessively and somebody feels like they don't have time for them. It could be a child. I think somebody's tired of somebody's cheating, especially when they're out of town. It seems like that's when somebody's cheating. I think somebody's done. Come on, you gotta go to the doctor. Whatever this is, or you might feel that there's somebody around you that has a health issue. Seems like it needs to be handled. Because it seems like, or maybe it's not that serious. Maybe you're just deciding to become more health conscious. Somebody is ignoring their conscience, it feels like. But whatever this is, no. I think some of you, there is a health issue. Like somebody is hospitalized. No, this feels like somebody is refusing to like either face that they have an addiction that's gotten out of hand, or somebody has, like I mentioned to you before, a health problem. You got a contract that could be ending. Some of you, somebody's ending a marriage. Definitely see a financial issue. I think that might be what you're confused about, a financial issue and how to solve it. Spirit guides, how does this financial situation go for? I know I'm not talking to Aries, I'm talking to Scorpio, but I heard Aries. I wanted to call you Aries. Spirit guides, what goes on with a financial issue? Can you shed some light on this for Scorpio? A new perspective. It says, though you may not see it, you are a jewel. What you consider to be imperfect is your illusion. You shine eternally, even in darkness. Focus on your inner light to discover truth and wisdom that are unique to you. Your awareness is expanding, and dimensions and spiritual pathways open. Okay. In a nutshell, your perspective about how you handle your financial situation seems like it's important. But really the message here has something to do about you. About something about you that is extremely underestimated about you, Scorpio. Like you underestimate something about yourself. Your spirit guides say there's something about you that is just unique and rare that maybe you don't see, but others see. It seems like something about that could be expanding. Something about a spiritual gift for some of you could really become something very relevant about what's going on and about the way that you see yourself. Spirit guides. Anything else for Scorpio? Yep. You're really coming to love and accept yourself. Or this is what your angels are calling you to do. There's gotta be something that you're called to do. You're definitely seen as a light, Scorpio. Or this is somebody, you are seeing this in, seeing this in someone, and you're letting them know this. You're giving them some encouragement. This week when it comes to relationships, you're stepping back. You're taking a step back for what's no longer really enriching your life, or whatever is not really adding any value to your life. You're stepping back from this. You're not giving it as much of your attention. It seems like your gifts are coming forward. And it seems like somebody has passed, and they're definitely sending you reminders. They want you to be at peace with whatever this is that you might have on your mind so heavily this week. A lot of ancestors that are around you, especially around this period of time, Scorpio, that might be supporting you through something. Seems like you're becoming more spiritually aware, spiritually attuned. Yeah, this has something to do with your path. It feels like you're exploring something completely different, a new path. But it seems like it's gonna require something of you, some determination, some courage to do so. There's a Cancerian that you could possibly be cutting off, or a Cancerian that has cut you off. Somebody might have an earache. Maybe you have a lot of tingling in your ears, tinnitus, possibly. Scorpio. Spirit guides, what is the advice for the Scorpio nation for the next 7 days? Tame negative thinking. When negative thoughts arise, experience the feelings behind them and then shift to a larger, more compassionate perspective. Negative thinking might come up. Scorpio. I think you are prone to think negative thoughts about yourself. This could even be just about a situation. You guys just bringing you back to earth. Scorpio, they're saying. Earth to Scorpio. Stop worrying so much. And you might have some people that are draining your energy. When people are depleting you, kindly set a limit, such as, I only have 10 minutes to listen now. Such self-care is respectful and empowering. Yeah, there might be some boundaries that you're putting in place with certain people. And it could be that it could be somebody around you that could be negative. It could be influencing these negative thoughts. Either way, it seems like you're setting boundaries and you're making some changes in your life this week. Definitely something that's just, somebody is just so easy to see through, Scorpio or cross watcher. You're not tripping. You see a situation for what it is. And your spirit guides are telling you, trust what you say. With that, Scorpio Nation, have a beautiful, blessed, and productive week. Virgos. Virgo Nation, this is a general reading. Take what applies, disregard the rest. If you'd like a personal with me, my website is angelicaascensionstarot.com. We're going to talk about delicate topics. Consider that a trigger warning, and let's get into it. Virgo. There's a way that you're seeing yourself. It's like you're confining yourself, you're trapping yourself based on the way that you're thinking. Like you're thinking kind of small about yourself, Virgo. It seems like you have so much potential for something, but you might be someone that, like I said, underestimates yourself is what I'm trying to say. This week, it seems like your guides really want you to acknowledge something about what you really are meant to see about yourself. Because it seems like there's an issue here with self-worth. Or you kind of struggle with not feeling like you're enough. Something is going on self-esteem wise. I don't know if this is triggered by somebody else's thoughts, words of you, but I feel like mostly this has something to do with what might be going on internally within yourself. Yeah. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on around you. You might be making some decisions. You could be making some decisions for someone. Or somebody could possibly be making a decision about you. There's another Virgo that's in your energy. There's an Aries that just showed up to your reading. It's like there's a financial issue that you're going to be resolving this week. It seems like that's something that's just, you're really worried about this. Like you're really preoccupied. I would say that maybe it just crosses your mind here and there. I think it's kind of escalated. It went from crossing your mind to you just being full-blown worried about it. Capricorn is in your energy this week. This is Virgo, likely a Leo, but this could be a Sag. Could be an Aries. Definitely an Aries, for sure. There's an Aries in your reading. Yep. There's your energy. No, that's a Sagittarius. There's a Scorpio. Okay, you're not talking to somebody this week, Virgo. Maybe you want to. Seems like somebody has caught your eye or you're thinking about them. But I think the ego might get in the way. You might want to say something to someone, but you might not. Some of you, the issue within a relationship, whether it is romantic or platonic, is that you feel like somebody is not working on making things better. And maybe you might be leaning on other people for some emotional support, because it seems like you could possibly be talking something over with someone. Okay, you could be having a conversation with someone about something that you're going through emotionally. Singles. For some of you, the issue in a situation is that, do you want to be with this person? I think you obviously do. But I think that you might not be on the same page with someone. It seems like somebody is only here for sex. They're not looking for anything else. Somebody is offering you very little in return for something that you might feel is going to develop into something more. So some of you Virgos, you might come to realize that it's time to move on. It just seems like somebody is like keeping the door open for too many people. Okay, how do I say this in a different way that makes sense? Like somebody is like, doesn't want to be serious. They don't want to date one person. They're dating many people. Dating, maybe not just dating them. It seems like somebody is sleeping with a lot of people. And I think somebody likes to keep it that way, but I think they're confused about whether or not they want to give up their lifestyle and do something else. So it seems like somebody is in love and somebody has the blues because they're in love. But something is not working out. And it seems like childhood issues are at the core of things, especially if this is things that have not been unpacked. As far as childhood issues are concerned, in other words, somebody has a lot of baggage. Some of you, you're having issues with family this week. So maybe there's a family issue that you're trying to resolve, but it seems like something from the past keeps coming back. Like somebody keeps harping on something that happened in the past, especially if we're talking about cheating. Now, I do feel that for some of you Virgos, somebody could be in jail. Somebody could possibly be getting out on bond. Somebody could possibly be bonding somebody out of jail. Somebody could be released. This is Virgo. Yeah. Talk about your job for a minute. Because this seems like you've been kind of hanging in there at a job and now you're coming to realize that there's a decision that you need to make. And it might be a difficult decision. Some of you, you might be deciding to resign from this job. Or for some of you, it's a job loss. That could just be, this could be what's gotten you in a situation where you, because it seems like you feel stuck financially. Like you got some sort of financial dilemma that you're trying to figure out and you just don't know how to get yourself unstuck from it. Looks like something's going on with your money. Say Leo always shows up to your reading. Always. It never fails. As well as this air sign who I feel is a Libra, but this could be an Aquarius or a Gemini. You got a Cancerian that shows up. What's going on with your finances? Somebody owes you an apology. They're going to block you or choose their ego. They're not going to put their pride aside. Virgo, a cross watcher. Not this week. Like I said, somebody has a lot of baggage and their baggage keeps them from doing right by you. Not all of you is that the case though. Some of you, it seems like you could possibly be resolving something this week. Somebody's definitely coming back around you. Or they want to. They want things the way that they used to be. But it just seems like there's too much tension right now. And I don't think you want to talk to this person. I promise you, I think somebody wants to be with you. I told you, somebody is in love. I think something might be a little bit one-sided or something. It just seems like something is just, someone has caused way too much pain for somebody to think about going back. You got the Three of Swords not once but twice at this point. You might be getting into it. There might be a back and forth that you might be having with a kid or a child. Or this has just been the relationship history between you and a child. Or co-parenting situation. It just seems like it's kind of difficult. It seems like there's a child that feels kind of caught in the middle. Especially a Scorpio child. Virgo and Scorpio and Aries. Dominant energy in the reading. Virgo, Scorpio, Aries. Financial situation, it just seems like you, again, you don't know what to do to fix it. Or you're worried about what might happen if you quit this job. You have a job offer coming in. Look at this. You got some money coming in, but I definitely feel like there are opportunities that are coming in. Be mindful of somebody in your energy that might kind of overreact and might be a bit dramatic, or this might be how you feel about them. And also be mindful about somebody that maybe you want to talk things over with, but it seems like it's really difficult for somebody to open up about their feelings. I think this is particularly the case with a parent-child situation. You want to get to the bottom of something that might be going on with a kid. They don't want to open up about what they're really feeling. Or this is your gripe with somebody, that they just won't really show an ounce of emotions. And it seems like it's a pattern. And you want to break this pattern, it seems like. But, yeah. It just seems like that's where you hit a wall. Singles, it seems like somebody is kind of moving in the fast lane when it comes to a relationship, or trying to get you in bed with them. I don't know. It's your life. You decide what you feel is best. Something about this seems a bit sus. It just seems like somebody, like I was telling you before, is offering you very little. Something could possibly end, could be coming to an end, or something could be ending before it really starts. I mentioned to you somebody's in a violent situation. Or this might be something that is like a blind spot for you. You might not see that somebody has a temper problem. It's not just that they have a temper problem. It's that there's 0 to 60, yes, but it seems like things can get chaotic and out of control because of somebody's temper. And that could be somebody that you're dating. You might not know, because at first, people come in, they show you the best version of themselves. Something could kind of take a violent turn. I don't know. Anything else, Holy Spirit, for the Virgo Nation for the next 7 days? So you could be finding out that you're pregnant. Or there could be news of pregnancy, if that's not your situation. Love life this week might be a little bit complicated, Virgo. Doesn't mean that it can't work out, but it definitely feels like something is kind of complicated, especially a marriage, especially relationships this week. There's somebody that you might be letting go of the pain of a situation from. It just seems like your guides are saying, is there somebody that you need to forgive? It seems like there's a lot of anger, a lot of resentment that might be holding you back, and you might not even realize it. And you could definitely be finding a way to heal from this, Virgo. Advice, Holy Spirit, for the Virgo Nation: stop trying to fix people. Stop trying to fix people. It's not your job to fix anyone. Allow people the dignity of their own paths. There's somebody that it might be kind of frustrating. You wish that somebody would change. Seems like your heart is in the right place, Virgo. But your spirit guides are saying you can't fix anybody as much as maybe you wish they would do better, change, and get it together, or whatever the case happens to be. I say stop. It's up to this own person to kind of fix themselves and figure out their lives. Everyone has free will. With that, Virgo Nation and Cross Watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast with angelic ascensions. Have a blessed, beautiful, and productive week. Capricorn, this reading is general. Take what applies, disregard the rest. Please avoid any rash decisions based on a general reading. Readings are available on my website, angelicascensionstarot.com. We're going to be talking about delicate topics. Consider that a trigger warning. And let's get into it. You're dropping something intentional. No, I think you're dropping something intentionally. It's a Gemini that's in your reading. Your angels are guiding and protecting you on your spiritual journey. Okay. So it seems like something, you're definitely on a spiritual journey. And you come across as somebody who could be very witty. Capricorn, someone who could be very informative, very stimulating. You might be having a very important conversation with someone, possibly over spiritual topics. There's a Taurus that's in your energy, this looks like. It seems like you're somebody that sees the beauty in people, somebody that wants the best in people, and somebody that has the potential to really bring out the best in people. There's an Aries that's also in your energy this week. Your tenacity, your patience is going to take you a long way, especially with something that you're wanting to do professionally. Something that you're doing that you have a lot of potential to be successful at could really create some financial security for you. It just seems like this week, what might be distracting you is your ability to manage your money. Because it seems like maybe, something has come up when it comes to that. Oh, who is this? No, somebody especially at work. It's Virgo. Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. Are you kidding me? Back to back. Definitely an earth sign. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. They show up back to back in your reading. I kid you not. Earth signs are obviously dominating your reading, and here is a fire sign. That would be your energy, Capricorn. You might have multiple placements of earth in your chart, but I definitely feel like you realize that somebody that you work with in particular is a joke. It seems like somebody's trying to air you out, Capricorn, and they end up looking like a clown in the end after all is said and done. This is why your angels are guiding you. Okay, it looks like you are on a spiritual journey, because it seems like you possibly either feel led to do something on a spiritual, or you just do. This is something that you do right now. You have issue with gambling, possibly. Somebody might have a gambling addiction. There might be some sort of debt that maybe you're trying to work out. I'm trying to figure out what this person is doing in the background of your situation. Okay, I think I figured it out. I think that you have a stalker. Some of you, I think you have an actual stalker. I think you have like a real serious issue, I kid you not, that's on your hands. Not all of you is the case. This is something light, such as somebody stalking you at work. Like, there's somebody around you at the job or around your home that maybe your guys are saying, watch out for this person. They move kind of sus. They move a bit covert. Somebody that's around you. Somebody could feel this way about you, because the reading could always be reversed. The roles could be played by anyone in the reading. There's somebody around you that could be coming to you that could have an addiction. In particular, this seems like this is an issue with alcoholism. Somebody could be pretty avoidant of the real issues in a relationship that you have with them. This seems like somebody wants to talk things out. This earth sign, possibly you, Capricorn. Maybe you want to talk something out with somebody. You feel like somebody is just not giving you any sort of attention. It might seem that way, but it seems like somebody is watching you. So maybe this is somebody watching you at work. I think it is. I think that's the case, but I think somebody could be watching you, especially if you are particularly active on your socials. They could be watching you quietly. Who is this? Is this like, it's weird. Hey, parting big water. Please call me Angela. Good morning. Thank you so much for coming in. What is going on? Okay, that's this person's problem. There's an issue here with jealousy. So I was telling you somebody's airing you out, right? Your personal business type of thing. But this feels like somebody is mocking you. Okay, so some pettiness is going on in the background. And there might be a spiritual kind of battle type of situation here where somebody is giving you the evil eye and somebody wants you to lose out. I think somebody is salty because even though they thought that they were going to win, whatever this happens to be, whatever this pettiness is that they have going on in their mind, they thought they were going to win and they're not. And I think you cut somebody off, and I think somebody continues to watch you. This might be a close friend that might be holding a grudge against you because you cut them off, especially if this is due to some sort of misunderstanding. But I also feel that somebody could be envious of you because of your status at work. What is this, Spirit Guide? Why is somebody envious? Somebody might be envious of the money that they think that you make. Capricorn. Somebody is envious of the fact that people are listening to you. You feel, there could be somebody that wants to feel heard by you. Somebody might feel invisible to you. It definitely feels, just like we talked about, your privacy feels like it is a factor. Like somebody is trying to get in your business. Just a lot of social media pettiness, okay, is what I feel that this is. Or work pettiness if it's not happening on social media. And some of you, it's not happening with you. It might be happening with a child. But they're definitely telling you to be careful about who you trust. Because there's somebody in your energy that is not trustworthy. But you might find out the hard way that this person is not. Definitely feels like, as I mentioned to you several times at this point, it feels like it's in a professional setting. Somebody could be worried about homelessness. Can they stop? It just seems like somebody just will not stop. It's like somebody's after your job or after your position. Okay. Spirit guys, what does Capricorn need to know? Okay, we're talking about a relationship. Somebody is creeping around magic. Somebody is doing magic on you. Or you could be doing magic on your own situation to solve something. There's a Leo that's in your energy. Taurus, we talked about the rain earth sign. Earth signs, like I mentioned to you, are dominating your reading. Okay. Somebody's coming to talk to you, Capricorn. I mentioned to you, I think you want to talk to someone. I think you're being very patient with someone, Capricorn. I think you might be under the impression that if you're patient, this person might change. You might be open-minded that this person might grow up. But I think somebody could be very closed off, very defensive, and maybe you're trying to get your point across to someone. It doesn't feel like somebody really cares about what you're having to say to them. They genuinely don't. It just seems like maybe there's a fear of letting go of someone. And it seems like that's what keeps you holding on, because it seems like you've invested so much into somebody. And this is what keeps you holding on to a situation. It just seems like somebody's not happy. Okay. I think you might be dealing with somebody that doesn't know what they want. And it seems like they play games with people that are around them. Kind of giving off the impression that they're in a relationship or want a relationship. It just seems like the truth is, Capricorn, this person does not. Somebody's full of deceit. Their mouth is full of deceit. The things that they say are not really truthful. So be careful that somebody's not using you, trying to take advantage of you, your kindness, or this sort of thing, or the kindness of a child. Okay. So family feels like it's of central importance, especially if you have are you having issues? You possibly could be having issues with a family member. You might be talking something out with family, or there might be family that wants to talk something out with you, especially maybe if you're taking a break from family for a minute. Now you got somebody that's going through going through a depression. Oh God, what is going on, Capricorn? Maybe you're not realizing, or you don't see how deep somebody's depression could really go. I think somebody might be unbeknownst to you at this point, Capricorn or Crosswatcher. I think somebody really does care for you. I think somebody is hiding their feelings for you out of pride this week. Because they're choosing to operate out of their ego this week. And I think that there might be a relationship in your life, romantic or platonic, that's where someone wants to fix this, but it seems like there's no real easy way of fixing this. Whatever relationship this happens to be, it seems like somebody is more about blaming the other person for their issues rather than taking ownership of their own BS. I think somebody feels like they've lost you, Capricorn or Crosswatcher. I don't think they're coping with it well. They don't feel like you want to talk to them. And for some of you, not talking to them because you caught them sleeping with somebody else. And if you did not know that that's what was going on, now take this as a general reading. Not all of you have this situation going on, but some of you do. Somebody is sleeping with somebody else. Somebody is like, they feel like it's difficult to choose between you and someone else. So how does this end up, Capricorn? It seems like it's chaotic. Seems like you're upset with somebody. How does this end up? Separation. Like I said, you just might need some space from somebody so that you can think and figure some things out. Somebody in your energy is disloyal. One of you has the right intention, the other one does not. Like I said, that's somebody's story. It's not everybody's story. But something's definitely going on behind your back, this feels like. You got some money coming in, Capricorn. This seems like it's going to cover some bills. Because it seems like you've just been worried, maybe losing sleep over how something's going to get paid. Seems like this money might come in at the latter part of the week, the end of the month, around that period of time. Maybe around where something has to get paid, something is due, such as like maybe, I don't know, a credit card payment, whatever this is. For some of you, the issue is a job, being able to hold down a job or get a job. It seems like there's messages, there's communication coming in about a job. There's always been a health situation, Capricorn, in your situation. It just seems like you still may not have taken care of it. You got to. Circumstances might kind of push you, Capricorn, to take care of this. It seems like your health situation might impact your money. And it seems like because you're concerned about your money, you might go and take care of this health situation now because of, like I said, a situation where you're kind of pushed to have to deal with it. Things do get better. This energy does lift, Capricorn. So even though somebody might be trying to affect you with this negative magic that they're using, it might affect you for a minute, but it definitely feels like the situation turns around and this energy is not as heavy as it used to be. May have caused some delays, but it does not completely cut you off from what you're meant to experience or have in your life. So whatever problem that you're trying to solve this week, it definitely feels like there is a solution to that. You definitely want to use your discernment with who you let have access to you this week, especially. Definitely feels like this is the week that you see the truth of certain situations. And your guides are definitely telling you to use your natural born common sense. Do not be fooled. Pay attention to your intuition because it definitely feels like your intuition knows. There's a Scorpio in your energy. And so is there a snake. And I'm not saying that they're the same person, though they could be. Spirit guides, what is the message? What is the advice for the Capricorn nation for the next 7 days? Forgiveness. Holding on to resentment and anger is preventing or even suffocating your spiritual growth. Gosh, dang it. Resentment is one of the strongest and most damaging of human emotions. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at your situation. I'm laughing because it hits home. The act of forgiveness in its own right is equally incredibly powerful, and it has the capacity to heal and transform. Forgiveness. Holding on to resentment and anger. I don't think that somebody is like choosing to be angry and resentful. Oh, even though from one side it seems like it is. Because one side is like, wow, you can't let it go? Why can't you let it go? Why are you always harping on it? Why are you always bringing it up? Type of thing. It just seems like it's not that somebody wants to be angry. It just seems like somebody is just so hurt. And it's hard to let go of the pain of it, is what it is. Self-sabotage. When you learn to get out of your own way, there will be no stopping you. Most of the time, it's not others who prevent you from achieving your true goals. It's the inner voice that derails those carefully woven plans. Where in your life, Capricorn, are you possibly stepping on your own toes? Blessed, beautiful, and productive week, Capricorn nation and cross watchers. Pisces, this is a general reading. This means that not every single thing that is mentioned in this reading is going to be an exact match in your situation. Listen for what is and disregard what is not. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you'd like to book a session with me personally, my website happens to be AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. Pisces, let's get into it. See what's going on for you over the next 7 days. You gotta be dealing with a Taurus. An Aries could be relevant in your situation, and so could a Sagittarius be. Turtles could be relevant in your situation. You could possibly be seeing a lot of turtles. Maybe somebody is moving, so you are dealing with a Taurus. You could be concerned about your home life or the home life of someone else, like somebody else's well-being. It seems like you could be concerned about your possessions, your belongings. Definitely something is going on with your finances. You've got a Libra, you've got a Cancer that shows up to your reading. It looks like you're looking for some insight, you're looking for some guidance, or someone in your life is looking for guidance with regard to something in your situation. You might have a lot going on in your dreams. Your dreams could be very active. Your dreams could be providing a lot of guidance for you. You are concerned about your money. Seems like you got money coming in. It just seems like there's something that really could generate a really substantial amount of money for you. It just seems like you're off in la la land for whatever reason. You're distracted. And that might be something that you might be kind of fighting against this week, is staying focused, because they come out back to back. Like you're trying to stay focused. You want to stay focused, yet you're getting distracted because it seems like you're trying to get that money. And it seems like you could really get your money up. You could curb your distractions a bit. This distraction could be showing up as the form of a person, but I think it could be a situation. But at the same time, as I say that, I definitely feel like somebody in the background of your situation could be a bit problematic. Like somebody's trying to fight with you. And like you're like, why are you being so difficult? You might be questioning why somebody is just so difficult to get along with this week. And it could definitely be a parent-child situation or sibling situation. Goodness, number 5. Conflicts, trauma you might feel is going on, Leo. This is also Leo that could be relevant. Communication might be kind of difficult with someone. Somebody could possibly be trying to overpower you. Or you could be maybe caring a bit too much. Pisces, about what other people think. Overly concerned about what these people think. And they really don't really hold power like that over your situation. It just seems like somebody in your energy could be spending a lot of time gossiping. And because you might be concerned about what other people are thinking, this could possibly cause you to feel a little bit indecisive. Some new opportunities that are coming your way, and you might be looking into these opportunities. Seems like there's some blessings and some good fortune that are coming your way. And I think that might be something that maybe you don't quite see clearly around this period of time. You could be looking into your circle of friends. Some of you might have some genuine people that are around you. But there might be somebody that you might be weeding out as well. Seems like you could be overwhelmed by a decision. And it seems like there are some hidden situations in your life, some secrets, and you're going to be seeing the truth of these things, especially surrounding a Scorpio or a Libra. The lesson this week, especially, is to trust yourself, especially in situations where you are prone to doubt yourself to the utmost. Be mindful that there are some people in your life. My ear just started ringing like crazy. My right ear. What do I want to say about that? Your ears could be ringing. Could be messages coming in from your ancestors. There's a Sagittarius that comes in with a message as well. This week you could really be going out of your way to spend some time discovering yourself. What's going on with your relationships? Okay. You are dealing with someone who is avoidant. Or this is you deciding, nah, I'm going to move on from this. Whatever this happens to be. You could be moving on from an argument and deciding, I'm not going to carry this on anymore. I'm not going to argue with somebody, whatever. Or this is you like, I'm going to go my own way. Somebody might be stressed. It seems like there's a relationship in your life, Pisces, that might be a bit strained. It might be a little bit tense. Possibly having something to do with Sagittarius. You might be absolutely pissed off at somebody and you're like, I can't deal with this person. I don't even want to be around him. That type of thing. So somebody could possibly be stressing you out. Or just the thought of them. They might not even be around you. 7 of Swords. Something that you might find out about this week might have you feeling angry, enraged at someone. Okay, this would especially be the case if somebody's two-timing you. Like, so it seems like somebody's seeing you and they're seeing somebody else without your knowledge. I think that would have been the case for a minute. I think at this point you know what's going on. If you don't, this seems like now you see, especially if this is somebody you're engaged to or you thought that you saw yourself marrying. Something is causing you to feel like maybe you should just put a pause on something right now. And this is definitely your spirit guides telling you, look at this. There's an area in your life that your spirit guides are saying, examine this. Something is an issue. There's a relationship in your life. We talked about this card that said distraction. There's a relationship in your life that is holding you back. I'm going to put it that frank. I'm going to be that real about it. And it seems like your spirit guides are telling you that, like, what do you really want to do about this? Is this something you want to continue on with? Or do you feel like this is just something that's just really not working for you and you feel that it's time to separate yourself? Because it seems like you've been betrayed by someone. Not once, but twice, but several times. Pisces. And maybe it's not you. Maybe it's somebody around you. Maybe they're going through it. And maybe you're pissed off watching them go through it. So it seems like maybe you are ignoring someone. And you're putting your foot down. Are they really going to contact you? It seems like they're really going to do it. Somebody's contacting you. Somebody could possibly be contacting you about a house or a sale of a house. Especially if maybe you're trying to sell a property, possibly. There's a Virgo. This shows up in your energy. Capricorn. This shows up in your energy. Aries shows up in your energy. What's going on for the Pisces? Did you get into an accident? Something is pending. Something could possibly be settled. You could possibly be going to the mechanic about your car. Or you could be getting your tires changed. It could be some sort of damage or collision damage. I feel like this is collision damage on your car. What's going on with... You're stressed out. Seems like you're showing up to places late. Seems like you might have an issue with anxiety. You experience some sort of attack, a mugging. If it's not that serious, okay? No. There's surveillance cameras. There's a witness to a crime. And this could be your situation. It might not be. But it definitely feels like if there was a crime committed, there is something was caught on surveillance. Or somebody has seen something. I think you have issues with anxiety. So this could possibly be you. And I'm not saying medication solves everything. But I think that you could possibly be taking medication for this or getting on medication to solve some sort of mental angst that you're dealing with. I'm trying to figure out, what are you anxious about? It seems like that's just you. That's just a part of you, just to be anxious. You have anxiety just on a regular basis. Okay. Yeah. Singles. I was telling you, this is not everyone's story. Let me preface it by saying that this is very important. This is somebody's story, and it seems like this story is coming out. I think some of you Pisceans, you could be falling in love with someone. Maybe this is a friend's first relationship. Some of you, though, Pisces, it seems like you really want to get to know somebody. You really like where things are going. This isn't everybody's story. Let me say it again for the umpteenth time for the people that didn't hear me in the back. I think somebody is just looking for what they can gain from you. For some of you, it just seems like this is not somebody that's looking for anything serious. They're just trying to sleep with you. Some of you, that's not everybody's story. Some of you, it seems like you are falling in love with someone. This is somebody that you really do adore. And for some of you, I think that this person might be telling you how they feel. Somebody might be letting their guard down, and they might be honest with you and tell you that they're really falling in love with you. That's somebody. But for some of you, it seems like it's one-sided. You're telling somebody how you really feel, and the situation isn't mutual. Seems like somebody is being fake, or their heart really isn't in it, and one of you really is really being open to seeing where things go. Because it seems like you met somebody, they feel like you're different, and this is something that they think is just really amazing about you. That you're not like everybody else that they've dated. Or this, in some situations, could be what somebody is taking advantage of about you. Is that you have a very caring, loving, nurturing nature about you. It seems like for some of you, somebody's taking that as a weakness. But not all situations. Some of you, somebody is very sincere about this. They really want this. Just because I'm getting two versions of the story here, make sure that the point is, Spirit guides are saying, make sure that you're not an option. Because it seems like somebody is dating you and they're also dating somebody else, and somebody can't really seem to decide who they want. So it seems like somebody's coming and playing a game. Everybody's confused about Leo. The confusion lies with the fact that I didn't change the sign on the screen. I'll fix it after I edit the video, so you'll clearly see where Leo is in the reading. And in the lineup, I assure you I did do Leo. Okay. Now, those of you who are really getting to know somebody and you're really falling in love with them, and this is a sincere situation, I think that somebody, you might be letting your guard down, and somebody might be really getting to know the romantic side of you. And you could be making a breakthrough in that area where you're like, okay, I feel like I can be comfortable with this person, show them my quirky side, show them who I really am, type of thing. For some of you, this is old news. This already happened. And I think that somebody is coming in with an apology. Because somebody feels like they had this with you. They had the perfect, ideal situation with you. Yet they feel like they didn't do the right thing. So this might be someone trying to be apologetic and trying to win you back over. But just know that this person still is not looking for a romantic situation, not an exclusive situation. Still not. That's for some of you. But let me make it clear. Some of you, you're falling in love with someone. This is real. This is sincere. It's just maybe somebody is not as affectionate as you are. Yeah. Some of you could be taking your relationship to the next level. So you got some communication coming in. It could be for, you could be communicating with someone about a debt, or someone could possibly be communicating with you about something that might need to be paid. There could be communication coming in about a job. It seems like some of you could definitely be getting a job, or some of you might feel like a job is on shaky ground around this period of time. There's somebody at your job or somebody in general in your life that you don't really trust. So you might be on the you might be feeling like you're ready to quit this job. You could definitely be following up with someone about a job, or someone could possibly be following up with you about a job or about a bill, something that needs to be paid. But it definitely feels like you have work coming in. You could be talking with your boss about something. I think some of you are what am I trying to say? Quitting this job though. Or you're just very stressed out or under a lot of pressure with a particular job that you're working right now. And it seems like maybe you're trying to figure some things out. It seems like this week the challenge is to face your fears about something that you're panicked about. Pisces. You do have some money coming through. So there could definitely be a message communicated with you about money. Possibly from an Aries or a Capricorn. Or they might be involved in some sort of way. I don't think you're moving. Some of you are moving, but some of you, you're worried. You don't want to move and you're not going to have to move. Somebody is in jail. Somebody could possibly be getting bailed out of jail, or someone could possibly be contacting you to bail them out of jail. Have I done Aries? I have not. Aries is the last sign that I'm doing. Spirit guys, what is the advice for the Pisces nation? You're asking me about Aries. Okay, so somebody might think, you might think I'm going in zodiac order. Just know, for anybody listening, I'm not going in zodiac order. I'm going in random order. Advice, be proud. It's time to celebrate all that you've achieved, all that you are, and all that you will become. Every once in a while, it's important to stop and acknowledge what you've achieved and to be proud. Come a long way, Pisces. Maybe you're someone that doesn't, kind of acknowledge your achievements, or maybe you're kind of focused on what's not going right in your life, right? It seems like you're distracted by something. You're focused on something. Yes, you're focused and driven, but it also feels like something is snatching your focus away. Something that you're visualizing, something that you're thinking about. Your guides are talking to you this week about protecting yourself from toxic people or situations. To protect yourself from toxic people or situations, imagine a shield of white light surrounding your body. This keeps negativity out and lets positive energy in. You want to protect your energy. Somebody around you might be focused on you, trying to stress you out. This sort of thing. God, just saying, keep focused. The negativity, the negative people, they exist to some extent. You might be able to block these people out. Block certain people from having access to you that shouldn't. And some of these are just people that just kind of exist in the background of your life. Maybe like people you run into at the store or something as random as that. Spirit guides are saying you don't really have, what am I trying to say? Control over those types of situations, but you definitely have control over the way that you handle situations. With that, Pisces Nation's conclusion 7-day forecast with angelic ascensions. Have a beautiful, blessed, and productive week. I'll see y'all in the next one. You said, what sign is Leo after? I don't know if these are still in order. I think I did Sag, then Leo. May have been Cancer, Sag, then Leo. I think so. Like I said, I will edit the video. I'll fix whatever needs to be fixed. So if you want to watch it later, it might be easier to follow. My apologies for the confusion on that. Taurus. Taurus Nation, this is a general reading. So this means that not everything mentioned in this reading may be a match to your situation. Take what resonates, disregard the rest. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. Let's dive in. Oh, let me warn you, we'll talk about delicate topics. Consider that a trigger warning, and let's get into it. What are you so stressed out about, Taurus? Because it just seems that you are. I'm concerned about these weirdos in the background. Because your guides are definitely telling you psychic protection is needed. You could possibly be sending some negativity out to someone, and somebody is throwing this back. Or this is somebody's spirit guide saying not today, and they're throwing that right back. Spirit guides are on somebody's head this week. No doubt about it. Somebody is friends with Hecate, or possibly could be using Lady Hecate in their work. Taurus. You come off as very spiritual. You could possibly work with deities. Somebody could possibly be going to get spiritual work done to protect them. Spirit guys say, hell no. Or this is you taking a stand and saying, I'm tired of this. You will not infiltrate my energy any longer. I think this is somebody's spirit guides, though. I think somebody has had enough of this. Enough of the spiritual attacks. Because it seems like somebody's been real sloppy and reckless with it. And it seems like this has been ongoing for a long time, for a while. Taurus. Shield your energy, protect it. Mars, Aries comes up heavily in your reading. You could possibly be on the cusp. Spirit guide is saying whatever this is that you really want, put it in motion. Taurus. Something could really work out very well for you. Maybe you've been procrastinating with something, or maybe there's just something that you had to put on the back burner because of circumstances. This week, I feel like you're picking it up again. You're getting the momentum going. That the lackluster energy that you've had for something, it seems like your zest for something comes back, and it comes back with a vengeance. It's like you're on one this week. Like you're really on your grind. You might be searching for a particular key. You could possibly be getting a key made. You're getting rid of some old patterns this week. Or you potentially could be. You could be becoming hyper aware of some old patterns that you are realizing have been standing in the way of what could really be life-changing for you. It's like you might be meditating. Who has rubies? Rubies, is that Cancer? Some of you are dealing with Cancer. Or you have Cancer in your chart. Someone could possibly be named after a gemstone. Someone's name could possibly be jade or amber, amethyst, sapphire, pearl, diamonds. Amethyst. This is Aquarius. Somebody's name could be Amethyst, I suppose. Maybe you have a very unusual name. Or a very unusual spelling of your name. Let's get into it. Let's get to the core of what's going on in your life this week. Especially, I guess, if this is about relationships. Okay. Romance is coming in. For some of you, there's a romantic partner coming in. Some of you, you're just clearly not interested in this person. Or this is spirit guides telling you, Taurus, there's somebody that you're interested in. And in spite of what their lips say, their actions may show you that they're, I'm gonna be real, that they're not interested, or you're not interested in somebody. Spirit guide saying, speak the truth. Even though this might hurt for somebody to hear this, Taurus, it just seems like the truth needs to be known. It's better to be real with somebody than to lead somebody on. And somebody in the situation might leave the situation feeling like you let them on, or vice versa. Or this could be you watching this happen with someone. Maybe you're not going through this, but you could be a witness to this possibly. Maybe you're right, Taurus. Maybe you're just really into books. You might be an avid reader. Maybe talking to your mom. Or some of you, you have children with someone. This could be your child's other parent. Somebody might feel like they're losing a child. And it might hurt. So maybe you might have a child that's getting older. Maybe they're leaving the nest. Or maybe your relationship with a child may not be as open and as close as it used to be. So there could be a parent that might feel very affected by that. And maybe they want to stir up the attention of a child and bring the child closer, type of thing. Whether or not this is an adult child, like a full-grown adult, well, especially if that's the case, or this is a young adult, a teenager that's kind of growing up. It seems like there's someone that wishes that someone would be more honest, more direct. And it seems like there might be some subject matter that might come up. Taurus or cross-watcher, that might reveal some very uncomfortable things, some uncomfortable truths. I think you're talking about some real issues with someone this week, or there's a potential for you to really get to the root of whatever is an issue, whatever is causing you and someone to not get along. Some of you, it seems like you're fighting like cats and dogs with someone, or you're witnessing this happening. You might have some intense emotion come up this week. It seems like you might have just way too many things going on in your life this week, so your anxiety might be popping up. Find a way to calm yourself down. It seems like you might be prone to overthink and feel like something that's happening this week is the end of the world, and it's really not that serious. Looking back on it, you might at least see that it's not as serious as you thought it was. Looks like you're taking a break from somebody, you're taking a step back, or you already have, and then this person comes back into the picture. Some of you Tauruses, you're meeting someone new. It seems like you're falling in love with someone after you've maybe dealt with some hurtful relationships, some failed relationships. Now it feels like you're connecting with someone that you feel that you can really get close to. Looks like you're going about something completely differently than maybe you did in the past. Well, others of you, it seems like you're walking away from situations where somebody is just not committed. Somebody keeps reeling you back in, Taurus. Whoever this is, it just seems like they're just interested in the strings that they have attached to you. It doesn't look like they're trying to offer anything real to you. For some of you, okay? It just seems like somebody doesn't appreciate the loyalty that you bring to the table, or vice versa. Somebody could possibly feel that way about you. You got somebody coming back in, Taurus, that's looking for closure. So it's up to you about whether or not you give that closure conversation to them, or if you're going to hear somebody out on a closure situation. But it seems that somebody that you've distanced yourself from wants to now talk. And like I said, it might be a difficult situation. It might be about a difficult topic. And like we talked about before, something that is the truth, but might be very hard to hear, might come out of a conversation. It might be very liberating for someone to finally say what they really feel, but it may be hard for the listener to really take that in. Spirit guides, what is going on for romantic relationships with Taurus for this week? I think we've already talked about it. You're like, nope, I'm not coming back. So I think you are walking away from someone. Some of you Tauruses, you're walking away from someone for good. You're like, no, we are not good for one another. For some of you, it's not just a romantic relationship that you could be walking away from. This could be family relationships. You're like, we are like oil and water. I'm not coming back. Maybe you're going to visit somebody like, this is the last time I will visit you. I am not coming back. Yeah. Yes. But like I said, somebody that you thought would not come back is actually coming back around you. If you want. Seems like you do have complete control over that situation, Taurus. Here you are. Truth is coming out. You're definitely blocking someone, or you already did. You're either blocking them, or you decided, I'm not returning your calls. I need a break from you. Somebody might feel that you are deliberately not talking to them, though. What's going on? What is hidden in the life of Taurus this week? Is there anything hidden? Yes. You're mindful of who's in your energy, Taurus. It's not to say that everyone is manipulative, but it is saying that somebody in your situation could be. Especially if we're talking about things that are going on behind your back. Those of you who are in relationships, somebody is either prowling around on dating sites, talking to people behind your back, or they're talking to people, flirting with someone, saying some things that are very inappropriate on social media. Maybe not so much in person, but definitely, no, let me take that back. They are saying it on social media, but there might be plans to meet up with this person. Some of you, this is somebody that is physically cheating. You think that you're being paranoid, but you're not. It's just that somebody in your situation is an outright liar. I think that somebody in a situation either that you're in or that somebody that you're around is not really happy, but they're not necessarily ready to break it off, but they might be on the verge of breaking it off. For some of you, what's hidden in your situation is there somebody that I've talked to you about before, heavy flirting, or this is somebody possibly getting like nudes sent to their phone. Or at the very least saying inappropriate things for somebody that's supposed to be in a committed relationship. You're not being paranoid. You're not overthinking the situation. It's just that somebody is being very secretive and deceptive. And this is the week where you're going to see what you need to see. And whatever you see could possibly be very painful, but it could definitely bring you to the conclusion that it's time to cut somebody off. You could be cutting somebody out of your life. There could also someone who could be cutting someone off financially. Somebody might have the financial control over the situation. Somebody could be deciding that I don't know, you get the point. There is an Aries that shows up to your reading. Some of you haven't spoken to family members in a minute because there's been a lot of friction and turmoil, a lot of hurt feelings. I think you'll see this person again. Some of you will see this person in court. Spirit guides, what else needs to be known for Taurus for the next 7 days? Some of you, maybe you have elderly parents, elderly. Am I trying to say you are a caregiver to the elderly, possibly? Somebody might be needing you to look after them, care for them. You work in healthcare, possibly. You're going to be speaking to someone. Someone is definitely coming to speak to you. You have good news coming in about a financial situation. If there, let's see what's going on with your money. You got some money rolling in, Taurus. This is going to help you cover some bills. This might help you get your mortgage, your rent paid. Seems like maybe you might need to speak to a creditor, or maybe you might be thinking that you need to get an extension on a bill. Maybe you might, but it seems like with a big expense, a big bill, or something that is like a big ticket item, it seems like you're able to handle something. Like some money comes in, it comes rolling in this week. It might be coming in sooner than you expected. So back to this legal situation. I think somebody could either be getting bailed out of jail. You could possibly be bonding somebody out of jail. And there's a strong possibility that somebody could be speaking to a lawyer about a legal situation to get some advice. Or this is spirit saying, maybe you should do it. Be mindful of who you're talking to and who's on the other side of that computer screen or that keyboard, especially when we're talking about children. There's somebody that could be very impressionable and somebody that could be catfishing or hacking, trying to get personal information off of you. Yeah, because the loan, you could be loaning money. There could be a financial institution. You could possibly be going to the bank. I told you somebody could be bailing somebody out of jail. Talking to a bail, I can never say that word, bail bondsman. Is that the correct way to say that? I believe it is. But I definitely feel like somebody could be making a scene. When it doesn't even have to be that way. Like you might feel like somebody this week is just acting very immature. Maybe they're not acting immature. Maybe they're a child. Maybe they're acting their age. Spirit cards, anything else? This is Gemini that shows up to your reading. Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius. I think that's a family member. If you sense, goodness. Okay. I either want to say somebody is violent. Yes. No. That's exactly what I want to say. Somebody is violent. For sure. But I also feel that somebody is just very ruthless. Like somebody doesn't care who they hurt. Somebody, I don't want to say they're in a bad mood. I don't get what's going on with this person. But like I said, you might not, this might not be happening with you, but you could be witnessing it. You could be seeing this happening. Somebody is being very aggressive or very violent toward a child or toward their spouse. Spirit guys, show me something positive for Taurus. We did talk about some positive things, but let's talk about some more things. Let's find some more good things coming for Taurus. Same stuff. If you escaped an abusive relationship, somebody could possibly be trying to bring you back in. Be careful about this because it seems like somebody is just trying to, they're not offering you anything different than what you've seen. It's Capricorn. There's an Aries that show up in your reading. That could be what this whole legal situation is about. Physically violent situation that either, like I said, you're in it or you're witnessing this happen. It's going to be happening with perfect strangers. Somebody's worried about jail time. I think this is all linked. I think these might be people that you know. Yeah. I'll put it this way. If you are going through a legal situation and you can get some legal advice, and we get legal advice costs money sometimes in some situations. If you can get what am I trying to say? Like a free consultation to talk to someone. You want to know what you want to at least know, at the very least, what your rights are. Because if you don't, you could possibly, for someone, you get manipulated into a situation that you kind of get trapped into. I'm sorry, Taurus. Sometimes life is, you have good things that happen, and then you have some things that happen that might not be, you know, so easy to handle. But it definitely feels like if you are going through something serious right now, something that's kind of heavy, it seems like your spirit guides are saying there's hope. So hang on to hope. There's some happiness that is coming in for you. Whatever is old and outdated, we're talking about your thinking even. We're talking about a relationship. We're talking about whatever this is. Your spirit guides are saying it's time to clear out the old. And I think that's what the Tower is in your reading to do this week, is to help you clear away what is no longer needed in your life. And your guides are saying, Taurus, trust yourself to do this, as hard as it might be. Advice, Holy Spirit, for the Taurus nation for the next 7 days. Somebody might be on the game a lot this week, Taurus. My name could be Dawn, by the way. Spirit guides are saying that you got some uncertainty this week. And they're telling you, welcome it. Don't fight it. It's an opportunity for growth. And sometimes it's necessary to be okay with not knowing what's going to happen before it happens. It's okay. And it's that type of week where you might not know. And they're saying, don't stress yourself out trying to figure out what it's going to be. Just know that it's going to be okay. Even if you've gone through some challenges and some hardships, this is going to grow you. Or this is you kind of witnessing this with a kid. You're witnessing them go through some very difficult times and you're worried about them. You're saying this really has the ability to transform this person or this child. Your guys really want you to see the potential in yourself or in something that you really have the ability to make happen for yourself, Taurus. And it seems like you could be looking back on past mistakes. It seems like there's an opportunity to mend old rifts with someone. And stop being so hard on yourself, Taurus. Your guys want you to be kind to yourself. Times where maybe you just want to be your own worst critic. With that, Taurus Nation and cross watchers, have a beautiful, productive, and peaceful week. I'll see y'all in the next one. Gemini Nation, this is a general reading. Not everything that is mentioned in this reading may be a fact in your particular situation. Take in what resonates, disregard the rest. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you'd like to read based on your own personal energy, you can book me for a session on my website, which happens to be AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. Let's get it, Gemini. Somebody's coming in for forgiveness. You might be blocking somebody out. If you did to clearly block somebody to preserve your heart. Because it seems like you really do or you really did love somebody. I think you still love them though, Gemini. I think somebody meant the world to you, especially if we're talking about your bond with your kids. Or a child. They don't have to be your kids. It could be your nieces, your nephews, your grandchildren. Or you just have a love for children. You could be a teacher. Definitely be a mentor. And they don't have to be children. This could just be people that could be full-grown adults that just really look up to you and look at you as though you are a mentor. You know, you are in love with somebody, but you're not worried about this person anymore. It seems like they're thinking about you, though. Some of you, it's your mom that loves you, but maybe you might have an issue with your mom. Especially if this was like a very difficult relationship, and it could have been a very condescending type of relationship, a very controlling type of relationship. I think that you love someone, and I think that they love you, but I think that you're moving on from this situation because you're realizing that there are too many people involved. Some of you, there is a third-party situation that either you clearly know about or you might be coming to know about. I think somebody is in love with somebody they're in love with somebody else. You are in love with somebody else, and you know that, or somebody else knows that somebody is still in love with you. In the background of your situation, it looks like somebody's coming in with a character assassination. This could have been something that has happened already. No, I think this is something that's happening this week. Somebody is just, like, it's happening again. I don't think it's happening just once. Like, this is a one-off thing. I think this is something that has been repetitively happening. And somebody might try again. If they're trying to fix it, yes. I think somebody might be trying to apologize for assassinating your character, I guess. Is this a genuine apology? We're going to see. Let's see, Gemini. Are they being real about this? Scorpio comes up in your reading. You could be dealing with someone who is very well-known. You're doing something on social media. This is you maybe extending your reach on social media. There's an Aries that shows up to your reading. We're talking about Gemini. Some of you, it's time to go to the gynecologist to get something checked out. Something might be going on in the pelvic region. Something might be going on in the uterine area. Definitely picking up fibroids. Can I be this frank and that direct? Some of you are picking up something having to do with cancer. Someone could possibly either have had a cancer diagnosis, or it seems like something could be found in the nick of time. But the only way you would know is to go get this checked out. I don't know how to put that gently or softly. I gotta say it because it's somebody's message. I think Gemini, you have a spiritual, I wasn't trying to say spiritual gift, but obviously you do. I was going to say I think you have a musical gift. You have a musical talent. You could write music. You could be a music engineer. You could be getting back in the booth, getting into something that you really love. You're recording music. You love listening to music, this sort of thing. It seems like you have a very specific, beautiful, and unique gift that you could be getting back to. Maybe you could be getting lost in music. Maybe music is your first love. This is your way of kind of escaping the things that are happening around you. Somebody in your situation could be a bit of an alcoholic, Gemini. Possibly somebody with Sagittarius in our chart. Let me see, what are they holding relevance? Well, rumor mill is chirping, and the rumor mill is saying that maybe somebody could possibly be showing up to work impaired, like an impaired state, like they've been drinking, they've been drugging. You're right, Gemini. It looks like we're writing a term paper, or this is something that you're getting back to. I think you write music, possibly. You write stories. You have a very vivid imagination, or you could possibly have a child that does. There's something that you do with music, or you are connected to someone who is like a musical genius, or they're a DJ, or this sort of thing. Or maybe somebody's initials, DJ or JD. Spirit guides, what's going on with Gemini? Something's going on with work. This might be something that you do for work. There's a Scorpio that shows up in your energy. Speaking of work, Be careful about procrastinating. Okay, because it seems like you might have become a master at that, and it is not. I do not mean that as a criticism. I mean it as an observation. You're great at something. You might even underestimate how great you are at something, Gemini. But it's the fact that you're procrastinating on it. So, especially on this laundry. You might have a laundry list of things to do, such as maybe you're getting back in school. You're studying, you're learning about something. Maybe you're putting off a project, or you're whatever this is. Spirit guides are saying this week you might not want to keep that same energy as far as procrastination and getting things done right at the deadline things. Okay, it just seems like you might want to think ahead this week. It seems like that's going to help a lot with what you have going on. Gemini, somebody's watching you. Or maybe this is what you're distracted by. You're watching something online. You're binge watching maybe your favorite TV show. Or this is you possibly do something in the media, on TV, on social media, this sort of thing. Somebody's definitely interested in something that you're doing. Maybe a talent that you have. Maybe you don't realize how well, like I mentioned to you, you might underestimate how good you are at something. Something is getting ready to bring you a lot of recognition or acclaim, or something that you could be doing could potentially be that for you. Something that I mentioned to you, maybe your enthusiasm, your passion for something kind of fell off. You're getting it back. Is there something that you really see yourself doing? Maybe you're not sure if it's going to be a success, Gemini, but it looks like it really could be. You'll never know unless you try. You're moving on from something. Some of you are moving on from a job. You're moving on from somebody's big mouth. That might be how you see them. Because it seems like somebody is you see them as a nuisance, and somebody that is a problem starter, a gossiper. I mentioned to you something about this character, assassination. So the saga continues this week. They're still running their mouths. If you want to pay attention to them like that, it's up to you. Okay? But they're not going to stop running their mouths, okay? You see what's going on, but spirit guides are saying, please do not let this be a distraction for you. They're there to just be that. Nothing more than that. A distraction, something to throw you off. There's a Scorpio that shows up. Don't let this frustrate you too much. Because it might. There might be somebody that kind of drops in that maybe you don't want to hear from, Gemini, and they're going to make it a point to either say something to you, or they might be approaching you. Maybe an awkward time, and maybe they didn't know it was an awkward time for you. In the meantime, the background of your situation is somebody that you feel is absolutely difficult to deal with and just gets a kick out of pissing a lot of people off. That might be somebody that you work around. I think you work around some very interesting characters, yes. And maybe you're not amongst the gossipers or the weird situations. Maybe, again, you might be the observer of a situation. Maybe you're a bit of a people watcher type of thing. Or you just sitting back and watching the drama unfold around you. I think that something is going on at work this week. I think it might involve a Leo, Aries, or Sagittarius. But I think that if this is you've been having some money issues, this is the week that I think that you could really be getting your money up. You've been waiting for some money. It seems like this money comes through. People this week are going to be very judgmental, and they're going to have a lot to say about it. Like I was saying, it's up to you about how much energy you give this and how much mind that you pay to this. Some of you could be attending a wedding, or you might be getting married. Some of you could be, there could be a marriage proposal. There could be a birthday party. Somebody could be celebrating your birthday. This could be a baby shower, possibly. Or I think you might hear from somebody out of the blue. Gemini. I definitely feel like there's money coming in. Yeah. Oh, you're getting into a relationship or you're meeting someone new this week. Somebody that you're thoroughly into. For some of you, this is someone coming back wanting to work on your relationship. Yeah. Now, your intuition is definitely heightened. It could be because of an interaction that you're having with someone. But I think this is because of maybe a spiritual gift that you have. Like you're highly gifted spiritually. Come on with it. What is this with the watcher? You got the watcher here and you got the professional binge watcher here. So definitely, if we're talking about work, somebody's watching you. Why? Why is somebody watching Gemini? There's a father figure that could be watching you. If this is a father figure that has passed away, they're definitely a guardian angel of yours and they're watching over you or watching over yours. Somebody is watching you be successful, Gemini. Somebody's trying to prevent your success, but in the conclusion of things, they're going to watch you become successful. See, you gotta be like, I'm trying to figure this out. Do you read? Or you just have a very strong, you're able to read people very well. Divine talents. Come on, you gotta play an instrument. Whatever this talent is that you're kind of not putting forth, it just seems like you're this something about this changes, or you're able to see like why God has chosen you to do this particular thing. It's because it has something to do with your life path. So you could possibly be trying to figure out what your life path number is. Maybe you are a master number 11, 22, or 33 could be your life path. And that could explain what this is about this heightened intuition thing. And about why people, I'll just leave it that way. I'll just leave it that way. And I'll say nothing more about that, but I definitely feel like there's just something very extraordinary about you that people see. Or this is somebody else that's kind of hate watching you. They can't stop watching you. Somebody is amazed by you, Gemini, but they don't like you at the same time. And I do not know how to make that make sense. But the advice this week, Gemini, action. So you're dealing with an Aries. Now is the perfect time to act. Take inspired action toward your dreams. Move forward with confidence. This sums up everything that I've been talking to you about. Something that you put on the back burner or that you had to kind of put away, you're coming back to that. You're going to see an opportunity to capitalize on this action and this enthusiasm that you have for something that returns. Your guides are saying go forward with confidence with whatever this is, a decision that you're making, a gift that you have, whatever this happens to be. Spirit guides, advice for the Gemini Nation, cycles. Everything has its right time. Perfect. Everything has its right time. Again, confirmation on this is the right time for you to do something. You're capitalizing on it. You really win if you decide to move forward with something, because it seems like there's just people that just can't, that are just amazed. They're awe-inspired. They can't take their eyes off of you. You're being called to do this, whatever this is, Gemini. Everything has its right time. This is the right time for you to do something. If that was ever a question mark for you, honor the cycles of your body. Tune into the moon, into the moon's magic. The cycles of your body. Maybe something as random as you getting your cycle this week. Tune into the moon's magic. Some of you work with magic, you work with the moon. It's going to be somebody doing this with you. Okay, definitely magic. being done. Not all of it is painful. In some cases, yes. This is somebody, I told you somebody's hate watching you. Why? Because you're a healer. Or because of the potential that you could have for something. You have powerful healing gifts. Have faith in your abilities. Stay true to your path as a healer. Yeah, so I think somebody's trying to throw you off. Maybe you're trying to do magic on you to get you to abandon your path. But I don't think that somebody has the ability to really do that. It feels like it's completely up to you about how you go about this. But if this is you feeling like you're ready to give up on your journey and you know that this is the path the Spirit has taken you down, or you've just been encountering situation after situation after situation, your spirit guides are telling you, keep going, Gemini. The advice, Holy Spirit, for the Gemini nation for the next 7 days. My voice sounds a little bit shaky is because I'm straining my voice. Trying to keep this going. I don't talk this much in real life. Not for hours and hours and hours. Okay. A father's love for his son or daughter never dies. Excuse me. The strength gained from such love is often unquantifiable, and that it can be tapped in at any time for whatever reason. Whether your father is still here or has passed, the father's love is one of the strongest bonds any of us will ever experience. Some of you might be receiving a visit from your dad. Whether your dad is passed or your dad is here, or these are dad issues that you're dealing with. Maybe your dad is not the vulnerable type. Maybe your dad is not very expressive of their love for you. It could be a parent that could be kept away from a child, maybe due to circumstances. And maybe it's not a father. It could be an uncle, a sister, whomever. It definitely feels like somebody is sending you love from a distance because they can't be there with you physically. There's a Leo that shows up heavily to your reading. Somebody could possibly have a Leo moon. With that, Gemini Nation across watch here, this concludes your 7-day forecast with angelic ascensions. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week. I'll see y'all in the next one. Have a beautiful birthday, Gemini Nation. Talk to you soon.